we started? Maybe I started too soon. No? Is this working? Am I live? I don't know if this is working. Hello, Rock Pikmin. I'm trying a new multi-stream plugin, and I don't know if it's gonna work. Oh, okay. The live thing in YouTube's kind of ugly. There's also potentially a combined chat that may or may not be working. Explosion, thank you for the sub.
Hell yes, below Realth stream.
Shu, thanks for the sub. Or hello, Shu. I don't know why I'm thanking you for the sub. Okay. I've also screwed up. I accidentally went live without paying attention to the upload, and I'm uploading a coaching session, so my upload speed's a little throttled right now. Hello, Nerdy. Hello. So I'm not going to ping my Discord just yet until we get everything sorted. So I'm going to sit quietly for probably 8 minutes, something like that. Can somebody say something in YouTube chat? See if it works. I think I have a combined chat thing. It won't show up on the stream because I don't know if that's TOS or not. Just hit plat 3 at tank. Nice, dude. Yeah, see, there's a lot of people talking in YouTube chat and nothing's showing up in the combined chat. Well, that freaking sucks. Why is it not working? Wait, now it is. I turned it off and turned it back on again, and now I see somebody. Like, Katos, I just saw your message. Is Elo hell real? Not really. It depends on what you mean. It's easy to get stuck in ranks, but it's more like self-imposed difficulties usually. Hello, Angelic. So I guess YouTube chat is working? Butt cheeks. Let me type it in my own thing. It's not showing up. Wait, yes, it is. It is working. Okay. Not being combined is not too. Okay. Nice. So when I say butt cheeks, I can see myself say butt cheeks. I love that, actually. Okay, so you guys won't be able to see multi-chat, but I will. And that's all that matters. Wait, does that mean I can just freaking... Wait. Is there a way to display the combined chat on the screen instead of only Twitch? Probably. Yeah, definitely. There is, but just not right now. That would require another day. One thing at a time for me, okay, guys? I move slowly. Breakfast crumpets while house sitting. Very nice. No, there's no way to get past Champion 1. Champion 0, you have to send in a selfie, and then the game decides if you're handsome enough. I won't elaborate on that one further, and I won't tell you how I know that. Yeah. Are people in YouTube? I'm paranoid now because I don't see YouTube for just a brief second, and I'm like freaking out. Like
my Adderall prescription ran out and ID ranked 4 times anyway. Hi, Spillo.
Hello, Artie. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for the 13 months. Yeah, the message just echoed because my audio is like way too loud. Hey YouTube, can you say one more thing? Just one more thing. Can you just say one more thing to make sure this isn't broken? I'll buy you each a vehicle. All of you, one big vehicle, a very cohesive vehicle. Nice, it's working. Okay, so we're good. Thank you, Woodcling. I'm not buying you a vehicle. I love the pink, by the way. Yeah, I asked Pepper to pick me on an outfit, and I ended up looking like I'm dressed like a 10-year-old child. Look, this is. You guys make fun of the outfits I pick for myself, but at least I'm not mistaken for a cartoon character. Is my internet fixed now? Not really. I have an alternative workaround right now with like a brief T-Mobile thing, but it's just really inconsistent. It's more consistent than Spectrum. So, yeah. Yeah. I will ping Discord in just a second because we're on 93% on the upload. So here, let me tell you guys what's going on. Okay, so Spectrum, the internet just goes boom, occasionally. It's fine, and then it goes boom. I'm paying for like 35, 40 upload, means I get around 30, whatever. I stream, internet just dies. You've seen the screenshots. My upload speed will go to 0.01. I don't know why. Call Spectrum. They come on out. Day later. Love that. Guy says, we can replace some of your equipment. We're going to do some tests here, but we think it's your whole neighborhood. And it probably won't be fixed, if at all, in the next week or two. Now, I have not been a squeaky wheel with that either, which is probably a mistake. I probably should have cried a lot more about it, but yeah. So I'm like, well, frick. I need something in the meantime to work. So there's no fiber. There's no competition around here. So Spectrum just sits on its cheeks and doesn't do anything. But there's a T-Mobile thing, which has like a 5G remote thing, which is like fine, right? The problem with that is it's really inconsistent because anything that's remote and not wired just goes. So what I have now is Spectrum, when it's working, is kind of a little bit better than T-Mobile. But the problem is that T-Mobile almost never completely cuts out. It just fluctuates. So things get kind of laggy, or like I had to end YouTube stream on Tuesday, but I didn't have to end stream. So next week, I'm going to have to freaking figure out what the frick I'm going to do, because I'm now paying for 2 internet things, neither of which are really doing the job. So I got to figure it out. Vodafone? Bro, I don't care about your European struggles. I don't care. I'm already putting myself on the platform to where I should be in a superior position over you. So frick you. I don't give a frick about you. Feel sorry for me. I don't want to hear your complaints or difficulties because you guys are peons. You're not worth my time. Mm-hmm. What do you think about Venture? Venture's fine. Venture's fine. Not exactly a crazy skill ceiling, but Venture's fine. Yeah, so fiber eventually, but they don't have fiber in my area just yet, so yeah. I think USA has top tier internet depending on where you go. Like, you guys know Tetris? Tetris lives like an hour and a half away from me. But he's got fiber. I don't. Badman Vegeta. Badman Vegeta. I don't look like this. It's just a similar shirt color, okay? It's not that deep. I don't look like this. And my hairline, okay. Why is my scroll wheel not working? Work! It's going back. I don't look like this. Bro, like, I don't. See? Okay. Aussie's internet? Yeah. Okay, let's do a quick internet speed test because I think we're done with the upload here. So we should be good to ping Discord. Let's find out. Well, how do you want me to say Vegeta? Vegeta? Maybe I'm gonna stop there while I'm ahead. Let's ping our Discord. Vegeta. You say Vegeta. You're kidding. Right. Right. Sorry, I'm pinging my Discord. I'm so old and strange. Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I'm the old and strange one. Hilarious. Also, people started complaining I didn't ping Discord. Well, yes, because I wasn't sure that we were ready to go. Because I told you I was uploading something. I was uploading something, and I'm not going to ping my Discord until we're like, I make sure that everything's like working. Vegemite? Vegemity. Yeah, that sounds much better. I'm a professional, unlike you morons. Let's get the forehead reveal. Guys, I've revealed my forehead I reveal my forehead like every stream, every YouTube video. There you go. Okay, what, dude? This is what is it? It's going away. Like, my hair is. I need to get a haircut. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Okay. We're just gonna have to let it go. I need to get a haircut. It's getting bad. I shampooed this morning because I forgot to. I didn't forget, but I didn't wash my hair last night, and so I can't see anything. I love how I coach for lower ranked players. I'm gonna check out that session. Which one was that one? Oh yeah, I remember this one. Well, I'm glad you liked it. When the patch drop, it jumped in for you were actually the best parts. What do you think of the Reaper buffs? We'll talk about it later. All right, I'm freaking hungry. I'm just freaking. All right. Are you guys ready for some takes? r/competitive Overwatch, which always serves, because r/competitive Overwatch is like the perfect of like semi-qualified, slightly more serious players. They're not immune from some questionable takes, right? I mean, it is a hot take thread, so we're looking for hot takes, but yeah. Let's get this pulled up here. Okay, this is kind of hard to see. Hang on, let me toy around a little bit. Would this be better? Kind of, not really. It's just like off-centered. No, let's go back to the other one. Oh, what is this?
Ads boo.
Dude, what is that psychopath? That was a little more unhinged than I thought it would be. Whoops. Okay. Loof, just gnaw on it like a real man. Real men just gnaw on bread until the teeth fall out. That's okay. Yes. Maybe I could do, yeah? Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so I'm gonna have to YouTube this up, guys. My editor guy he's been holding a razor blade to my throat and saying, you're going to turn all of your intros into, nice, not compilations, summations of what you're discussing here. And so I'm trying to do a better job of the whole Twitch to YouTube pipeline. Obviously, I'm really good at it, as you guys can tell. So, here we go. All right, guys. Hey guys, what's up? What's up, guys? It's Spilo. I can't do this, guys. Okay. So occasionally we get posts sent to me, or I see posts where people share hot takes or unpopular opinions. Now, the definition of an unpopular opinion or a hot take is something that might be a little bit controversial. Now, I am a bit of a masochist, and I like to look at these hot takes and subject my brain to them. I never have any hot takes. All my takes are ice cold because they're just cold facts, right? But I want to look at takes here that are not just like, let's say they agree with me, therefore they're good. I generally look at unpopular opinions, hot takes that either bring up interesting ideas, good points, or maybe argue their point well, or provide an opinion that I haven't seen a lot, that even if it's hot, even if it's a little bit inaccurate, at least provides some interesting food for thought and provides kind of like you're playing devil's advocate to the general community opinion in a good and healthy way. So we're going to be looking through this, and I'm going to be grading these A, B, C, D, and F, we'll say. Well, the normal letter grading.
I'm hanging out with my grandpa.
Hello, Ing. Thank you for the sub. Congrats on your new badge.
Grandpa look at nursing homes. Could you pause the stream for like 3 hours until I can join?
No,
I'd really
no.
appreciate that.
Your grandmother gets nothing. Frick you and frick your grandmother. Anyway, that's a joke. I'm sorry. I hope you're doing well, man. Good luck finding the nursing home. Thank you for your sub. I would love to pause, but I cannot. But I hope good luck to both your mother and your grandfather. I can't play the part, guys. I can't do it. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna be grading these based off of A, B, C, D, and F, based off of the quality of thought-provoking hot take, not whether I agree with it, not necessarily, but how thought-provoking it is, how well it's argued, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, now obviously, as you guys know, Reddit always upvotes takes that are controversial in the way that they're phrased, but actually not that controversial in execution, especially obviously within the community that's being posted. So that's a classic. Like you'll post it like, I don't freaking care. Taylor Swift is just not that good of a musical artist. She's just a pop star. Okay, well, congrats. You just said that the most obvious thing that anybody outside of the Taylor Swift tiny little circle is going to agree with you. It's like the safest thing you could possibly say, right? That's not a hot take, right? But the way that you said it is just, gosh darn it, I just don't care. Frick that 10% of 5%, 2% of people that are actually Taylor Swift fans in the entire world. Whatever. Okay. Okay, let's take a look here. None with the new season. This is kind of small, guys, so maybe my editor in hindsight will be able to snap his fingers and just make it bigger in the YouTube thing. I'll try to read it out loud so you guys can read, but I can't zoom in anymore without explosions happening. So the new edition of the last few seasons, OWCS going on, unpopular opinion, sort by controversial. I am not a big fan of map and hero bans, especially if we're sticking with 5v5. It takes fun out of the matches when key counters get banned, letting stronger heroes remain unchecked. Overall, I'm not really into how many restrictions have been added to Overwatch lately. Okay, so this is interesting. Hero bans, bad because key counters can get pulled out. I do agree with that take, like outside of whether it's controversial or not. I do think that that's by far the weakest point of hero bans is that people don't really use them strategically. They just pull them things that they don't like, that's just kind of, we always knew that was going to be the case. But it does really enable some really cringe characters to be played because those characters almost demand in certain situations ban counters to function, right? A lot of the more typical cringy brawl tanks like Malga, Ramantra, different stuff like that they definitely demand Roadhog, right? If you don't have Ana Zenyatta, if you don't have consistent poke damage on good maps for them, it can feel really difficult, like you're kind of just strung out. But I think that is kind of overrated. Like you don't have to play Ana to beat Malga. You don't have to play Sombra to beat Wrecking Ball. So I do think it's overstated, overrated, but I do think that in a weird way, certain one-tricks actually benefit from hero bans more. And then 90% of Lucio skins suck. Who dislikes the post because they don't like the opinion? Welcome to Reddit. Welcome to Reddit. There was a certain percentage of people back in the day that used to spam dislike my YouTube videos and spam dislike my Reddit posts within 15 minutes of them being liked. And this is when you could see dislikes. This means that they had notifications turned on any time of day and would go on multiple accounts to dislike. So they're subbed, they have notifications on, and they would swap to multiple accounts to dislike. There's a real person out there that does that. They're still out there. Okay, I'm going to give this one I agree 100% with the Lucio skin take, but I don't think it's that hot. I think Lucio skins are generally pretty bad, and I think most people say that at best he's mid. I don't think people necessarily disagree with the ban phase. It's whatever. I'll give it a C. I agree with the points for the most part, but again, it's not about whether I agree or not. It's about whether it's actually a hot take and said, well, it's pretty safe. Sure, C. It's okay. Yeah, it's dedicated hatred. Absolutely. Rent free. Okay, I think my most unpopular opinion is that Reinhardt has done more to negatively impact the collective skill level of the entire community than any other hero in the game. Wow! Not Moira, not Mercy? Holy crap! Like, I truly believe the players would be more competent had he not existed to create the expectation that a tank will stand between you. Oh! He had not been existed to create the expectation that a tank will stand between you and every single danger. So he's not even necessarily, we're not even blaming Reinhardt. We're blaming the way that people perceive Reinhardt from outside the tank role. The amount of times people are begging for a shield tank. Now, this may have gone away a large part. I think people's understanding of tank is definitely improved, more so than support for sure, and I think more so than DPS too. People kind of understand what a tank does a lot better now, but that doesn't downplay the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, it's still a problem today, right? Where people really didn't understand. Ooh, wow. Okay. Okay. I don't know if it's the best hot take in this thread, but I actually respect the creativity and the way that, because I've not thought of it or heard it communicated in this way. And I do think that you're going to have some people disagreeing with you here. I do agree, which is definitely meaning, frick it. It's a creative. I've not heard it before. We're going to give it an A. I think it's well communicated. We'll give it an A.
Love you.
Love you too.
You're dressed great.
Thank you. Maybe it's not the most like hot take ever. It's definitely, but it's warm and it's unique. So we'll give it credit. Like, we'll not set the bar too high here. We can always give an S tier or downplay it. Okay, yeah, interesting. I agree. I think that like Ryan by design has a lot of really cool things. He's very punishable as a brawl tank nowadays, which I like a lot. I like Fire Strike as a concept. I like Shatter and Pin as concepts. I just think that his problem has always been how much of his utility revolves around his shield and only his shield. And even nowadays, even though you're not shielding your team, you're basically shielding yourself. Like, you compare Ryan to any other brawl tank, his advantage is not even necessarily Pin anymore. It is definitely Pin to an extent, but it's oftentimes just how many cooldowns can you shield? And that's just not a very intuitive or fun playstyle, especially but considering you just freaking push the button and that's it. Now, I like Ryan. He's one of my favorite characters. Has been historically for years, and he's still a lot of fun to play, and I like his design overall, especially when compared to some of the other stinker of brawl tanks. But yeah, he's not exactly making the S tier. You get what I'm saying? And he has given a lot of people a misconstrued idea of what a tank is supposed to do, even back in Overwatch 1. Okay. See, that's kind of funny. I think most people would say that bans do keep strong heroes in check. I mean, yeah, okay. Imagine that broken amalgam meta with the ban system. And for my unpopular opinion, we'll ignore the other stuff. Tracer is more annoying than Sombra. It's spicy. Now, obviously it's a hot take thread. People don't have to elaborate. I'm not exactly exacting effort here. Let me give this a C. I'm going to give this a C because it's not explained or elaborated on, but I actually think it's a pretty decent take, so I will give it a C just for the heat itself. Okay? Let me explain why. The comment below kind of elaborates on what I would want to elaborate. Good tracers are everywhere in Masters Plus. Good Sombras are rarity. Most are just annoying like flies. Or just like annoying flies, yes. I think this is the key thing here. There are just so many more tracers, and she has, in most situations, way more flexibility with the way that she can play. So you're going to see good tracers chronically, especially in ranks diamond up, right? You're just going to see them constantly. And especially, this is going to especially be the case with the recent buff to her. So yeah, I think this is good. To see a good Sombra is a rarity. And most of the time, a Sombra is going to kind of just harass or annoy only a person or two. She's still a freaking cancer character, way more cancer than Tracer. But you're going to see Tracer way more often than you are Sombra. And she has a much higher expressive ceiling, which means you're going to deal with the difficulty of it here. Yeah, there's like a higher ceiling of annoyance as Tracer. And the difference is that there's also not as much... Tracer's so much harder to punish in higher ranks. This is not the case in lower ranks, but I think it's a spicy enough tank to kind of stay on its own. I'm a huge Tracer advocate, but this is a good hot take. Decent hot take. I still miss Overwatch League. That's not a hot take. That is literally the furthest thing from a hot take. Anybody that watched professional Overwatch misses Overwatch League. Anybody that participated and had to pay for professional Overwatch, this is not an unpopular opinion by any way, shape, or form. This is lame. This is karma baiting, or this is just not thinking about what a hot take is. This is an F. Could not possibly be lower. Nobody says, oh, I don't miss Overwatch League. I mean, the only thing you could argue is that you could say that there's more diversity of like team mixing, right? Like with like you have Korean and Western players, and there's imports, and that there's like the promotion system allows for some a lot more dark horses than the franchising system. But like, still, like that's obviously the production quality and so on. Okay, Malgamir and Arisamir combined are more interesting than Ramatramir. Okay, I'm gonna give this one a B, but it's a B because I would give this a D or an F because I'm like, yeah, duh, obviously. But I don't think the average player or even average professional Overwatch watcher would immediately agree. Because people complained about Malga a lot more. People complain about Orisa a lot more because they're a lot more visible. But I think if you actually have seen Ramatra, his mirror is the worst tank mirror in the game. It's worse than Malga. It's worse than Malga currently. Malga, on his initial release, no, was worse. But you're actually rewarded in the professional level for diving, taking space, taking angles. Ramatra is still dog. Like Ramatra, see, here's the thing with Malga. Malga started at like nipping your ankles low, like literally could not be lower. You guys can't see that. I've been drawing this entire time and you guys can't see it. I'm gonna lose my mind. I've been drawing the letters on the screen. I'm gonna have to draw on this guy. Dude, I have had epic pen and everything. Okay, am I just gonna have to draw with my finger? Okay, look. This is, okay. Malga was like down here, okay? Like here. And now, Malga with all the perks and the changes and the slam, you know, he's here. He's still gonna he's gonna whack you in the groin, okay? Ramatra started a little bit up, right? You know, it's not quite so low, right? Now, it was still pretty low. Do you guys remember Infinite Ult and how hilariously stupid that was? Okay? I remember when they released the trailer of the gameplay. It was like in the workshop place. It wasn't even an actual map. And I was like, there's no way this ultimate's infinite, right? Anyway, long story short, Ramatra is like literally a tiny baby step up. The only reason that he's not hated as much because he wasn't as strong as Malga on release. They had to buff his speed and stuff. But Ramatra's gone like, whoop, but he's still freaking trash. The only two things that he has is Vengeful Vortex. His primary, I guess three things. His primary fire with the damage, that the two perks have helped him out to be a lot more interesting. And then the third thing is he doesn't have Infinite Ultimate anymore. But like Ramatra is a good, solid step below Malga in terms of interesting to watch. Straight up. Straight up. I just don't think that should even be... Yes, this is correct. And let's talk about Orisa. Orisa, is she a survivable block of granite? Yes, she's freaking obnoxious and boring, and she's cancer to play into. She's, in fact, even worse than Ramatra to play into. But in Orisa Mirrors, you have Javelin. Your cooldown management's way more interesting, and you can actually kind of move a little bit more than Ramatra. Orisa is definitely more interesting than Ramatra to watch. Now, if we could debate about Orisa versus Malga, I actually don't know. I mean, Orisa has way more skill shots that are interesting. Malga's repositioning is more interesting to me, so I don't know which one I'd choose. Again, it's like, do I want rotten dog water, or do I want do I want to eat like pond scum? You know, but at least it's not like actively toxic. You know, it's infinitely better than Ramatra. Infinitely better than Ramatra. Currently, Malga and Orisa are absolutely way more fun to watch than Ramatra mirrors. And the only reason that anyone would think otherwise is because they haven't watched Ram mirrors in a long time. You're crazy if you think otherwise. And I think I do think the average person doesn't agree. So I'm going to give this one a B. I can't. Give me a second. can't find it. I can't find it. I thought I had a whiteboard somewhere, but I don't. So I'm gonna have to do a. How do you do a B, guys? That's not a B. This is not a B either. We're just gonna stop. Okay. I think we're moving into a world where mobility is getting a little out of hand. Every Overwatch 2 character has a mobility ability, while a lot of the designs are great and fun. I feel like it's really killing more stationary characters like Mei, Cass, and Sigma. Hot take, I'll give this one a B. Again, given the community that's being posted in, not the general Overwatch opinion. But yeah, I think so. Now, I'm the mobility guy for sure. I think mobility is objectively the most interesting thing to give to a character because it is by design, by its very existence, dynamic. In other words, mobility always implies choice because it always involves moving and making a decision about where you go. But I do think that mobility has to be something that's carefully and cautiously balanced. And when I say mobility creep, I want more new characters to be given mobility. I think almost every character release should have some form of at least small mobility. But I think you have to be careful to not give every character better mobility, if that makes any sense. Like there should be drawbacks and upsides. I think a good example is like somebody like a Hazard who technically has mobility, but it's really limiting in comparison to a lot of the other dive characters' mobility. And I think it should just stay that way. I think it's fine, you know? I think kind of giving some form of downside to basically most mobilities is probably fine. I remember a lot of people were saying that like Freya's dashes don't take her very far and that they should, and I was like, yeah, good. Like it really shouldn't be like a disengaged tool. You kind of get what I'm saying? There should be some sort of thing. So for me, I'm less concerned about mobility creep in terms of more characters having more mobility. I mean, that's something that we've seen literally since Overwatch 1, going back to with Hanzo got his dash, right? We've slowly started to see that. The question is the quantity and quality of the execution of the mobility. You kind of get what I'm saying? That's my concern. Yeah, but see, the tricky thing with Juno is that she has like super easy mobility, but it's not burst mobility. It's not really a disengage tool. So even that has nuance. Like I don't necessarily disagree that Juno's mobility is easier, but have you ever played Juno into hard dive? You know, have you ever played Juno versus dive characters? You don't have a dash or a slash. It all is basically all proactive rotational stuff. Now I think Juno is like, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, you know? Mei, Cass, and Sigma. But then it's also like people are complaining in this comment section that it's rare to freeze anybody with Mei ult. Yes, good. Mei ult sucks. Like the problem is that the alternative is that you just introduced 3 characters with crowd control. Do you see the difference here? Like when we talk about Mei, Cassidy, and Sigma, Sigma's crowd control feels like high risk, high reward. Not really high risk, but like relatively small, medium risk, but reward. There's an opportunity cost. It's flexible. There's a lot of things you can do with accretion. You know, you could use it aggressively. Can you save it defensively, right? So not all CC is created alike, right? I think the same thing goes with mobility. You get what I'm saying? Where like not all mobility is created alike. Soldier's mobility is completely incompetent, right? We've had situations where Sombra's mobility was way overtuned. We've had situations where you could probably argue that maybe Freya's vertical mobility was overtuned. Vara's vertical mobility was overtuned. Tracer's mobility was overtuned with the recall perk because it's ridiculous to have blink management completely become irrelevant almost just because of one perk. You kind of get what I'm saying? So a lot of it is due to the execution of the mobility and whether there's actual downsides or risks with what you're doing. But I'm going to give it a B because it's a decent opinion and yeah, it's hot enough. The removal of CC in Overwatch 2 is a mistake. Now nothing can stop mobile heroes. Oh man, I'm so tempted to give this an F because I freaking hate this opinion. This is just people. This is the classic human nature of like, it's anything that's different than what I'm currently suffering with is good. So before I grade the opinion of this hot take, which will probably be relatively high, or mid, because I think a lot of people will probably share that opinion. It's just such a, no. Like anything that's different than current opinion is better. Let me give you guys an example. I remember in this exact same subreddit, and this is not unique to this subreddit. No subreddit's perfect. My freaking Discord community is the same. People's opinions change. Anything that is not the current cringe hero is, at least it's not, it could, it would be, even this character would be better, right? We just talked about Ramatra, Malga, and Orisa. That's a hilarious example where I've seen that trilogy chase itself in circles like its own tail. Where people will be like, oh, this Orisa man has cancer. At least when we had Malga, we could. Oh, this Malga man is cringe. At least when we had Ramatra, we could. And they do the same thing. I've seen Ana get hated. I've seen Tracer get hated. I've seen Cassie get hated. I've seen Zenyatta get hated all the time. I've seen Brigitte get hated. I've seen Lucio get hated. He's cringe. His design's cancer. He's the only access. Do you guys forget before Juno how much people hated Lucio because he was the only speed boost in the game and he enables all the really cringe metas? Reinhardt, nobody likes anything. As long as it's not currently being played, if it's currently being played, it's the worst. Hazard, oh man, Hazard was Satan. Hazard was Satan. And the best part, Hazard wasn't Satan because, he's overtuned, he needs to be downtuned. Hazard was Satan because his design was fundamentally flawed. Now, you may or may not agree with that, but a lot more people were talking about it and then just kind of forgot. Nah. Hazard is not Satan. Hazard is not Satan. So this is a classic. Oh, removal of CC in Overwatch 2 is a mistake. CC is why I almost stopped playing Overwatch entirely. This is just complete, hindsight goggles. Now, in terms of the quality of the take, there's not a lot of elaboration. It doesn't need to. I don't think it's that spicy of a take, but it's good enough to where I think just enough people will agree with it, just enough people will disagree with it in this community. I'll give it a C. Classic recency bias. Quality of the opinion, though, is not necessarily a huge thing, but yeah. Okay. If Tracer, the most honest hero in all of Overwatch, was added into the game today, people would be calling for every nerf in the book for her. No, I don't think so. Maybe, but I don't think so. Let me explain why. Can you guys tell me why? Can you guys tell me why? Who can tell me why? Who can tell me why? So we just like Ram, but we love... Dude, comparing Ram to Hazard, who is less than half of the block up time, is crazy. Let me ask you guys a question. Why was Freya released overtuned? Why was Freya released overtuned? Oh dear, that's not what I want. She was hard. Now, it took people at least a few weeks to start to get the hang of her. It wasn't the case with Malga. Partly wasn't really the case. Juno took people time to pick up as well. But yeah, she was released overtuned because people couldn't play her well at all. And a lot of mid, lower ranks players still can't play her well at all. Now, once players got the hang of her, that skill floor, how valuable she was, just exploded. Now, imagine if Tracer was released right now. Don't think, oh yeah, well people... No. Right now, how would Tracer be? Can you imagine people blinking and pulse bombing now? I mean, dude, nobody would play her. Nobody would play her. Everyone would cry about the mobility creep, maybe, but nobody would play her. Now, I'm gonna kind of ignore some of the damage creep stuff right now. Let's look at this outside of the whole current patch goggles, because we don't. That's balance. That's not design necessarily. Like I'm expecting more from you guys. Okay, so ignore the damage to 6. Let's say 5.5, 6, 5, whatever. I don't care. Just the general principle of having a character that does what she does. You get what I'm saying? I think people would suck for a long time. I don't think she would be played for a long time. A long time. Her floor is so much higher. And the funny thing is, people say, oh, her floor is not that high. First off, people have kind of set their expectations of what you can do with a mobility character based off of Tracer more so than any other character. Like, you learn how to develop that by playing with and versus and as her. Tracer's floor is not super low. Tracer's, you're equating skill floor with how powerful the character is. And here's the other thing, guys. I have coached hundreds of Tracers in the gold, plat, silver, diamond level. And it takes people a long time. 90% of people I coach, it takes longer for them to master and develop as Tracer than any other character. That's just how it is. It's just objectively the case. I've worked with so many people. I know the hours they put into the character to develop the mechanics. Now, if you're already a really good mechanical player, or you already have a lot of experience playing the game, or you already have experience playing mobility characters, or you already understand the fundamentals of the game, your mileage may vary. You might be able to accelerate. But I'm telling you guys, picking up Tracer is one of the most difficult things that you can do in the entire DPS cast, barring none. And I've seen this. Your anecdote may be different. I'm not saying that it applies to everybody. It applies more to Tracer than any other character. And trust me, I should know. I've coached more Tracer than any other character in this game. So she's overtuned right now. Absolutely. I'm not a fan of the 6 damage change. Again, we guys got to think outside the box here. I just don't agree with this opinion at all. Now, we'll talk about the quality of the take here in a second. But people would no freaking way be able to leverage there. She would be the equivalent of like a DPS Doomfist, essentially. Where like if you got a specialist, sure, you get what I'm saying, but maybe not. But it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting take. I'll give it a B.
Heroes have drastically fallen. They may not be the easiest heroes in the entire roster, but I do think over time they have become easier to pick up.
Again, you're equivocating. I don't know if it's right. Your floor and value. They're easier to pick up because they're more effective in Overwatch 2. Mobility is much more important in Overwatch 2 than it was in Overwatch 1, so it's easier to get value. So it's very hard to divorce value from skill floor, I understand. But you have to understand that you have to at least recognize that the line is gray. So the reason why that's important is you have to say, there's nothing about Tracer's kit outside of the recall perk that has made her an easier character to play. There's no free value given. If anything, she's harder post season 9. If anything, she's harder post season 9 with not only the hitbox, TDK, and you just don't pulse tanks as much, right? 175 HP. The other thing as well, but she is more valuable in Overwatch 2 because mobility is king. So it's just hard. You have to understand the nuance there because you got to know how you approach the character right. You think about like Winston losing a lot of his worst matchups thanks to his armor changes and armor vulnerability. Yeah, maybe. If you say skill floor has decreased because there are fewer garbage tier characters that can throttle you, yes, I'd agree with that. But that's a good thing. That is a good thing. You want that. You want Winston's skill floor to be lower because you don't get throttled by Bastion every single time they pick the character now. Good. You don't want that other game. Yes, you can, ABC. If dive characters are easier because the cringy, low-effort crap back in Overwatch 1 doesn't immediately outvalue it, that is a good thing to have in this game. Same goes for Ana. People would hate how much she would counter the entire support roster. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting take for sure, yep. Whoopi, thank you. I love you. I love you too. Thank you for the sub, mate. I mean, Deft, you're just kind of describing some of the 5v5 tank things. It's not specific to dive, really. armor in general is more effective in more situations that aren't big burst. But if anything, the problem with that, the way that you're looking at it, is you're looking at it only from one perspective. Winston's matchup versus projectile characters is much worse than it's ever been before. Do you remember when armor was what, 25-30% damage reduction from all sources? You know what I'm saying? You're just so much like, have you ever played Winston into Junkrat? Go play one game and tell me what you think, right? Armor just doesn't do anything versus him. Or Freya, yeah. You got to look at it from both sides of the coin. Okay, Doom and Ball are not wholesome Chungus heroes. I don't know anybody that thinks this, to be honest with you guys. I respect them as high skill characters, especially Wrecking Ball. I think Doomfist has had a kind of a mixed relationship. The mobility makes them omnipresent CC bots. They love to complain about getting CC'd when they themselves ping pong you all game. And two, what else would they expect people to do against the level of mobility? Pray that they mess up. I mean, I don't think this is a hot take. I won't go into this too much more. I think they're definitely characters that are tricky. I think Doomfist especially is just in a really awkward spot right now. Not a really awkward spot, but he just takes a lot of effort, and then he can be countered pretty easily. But then if they don't counter you correctly, then you can really run it down. I don't know. I think too much of Ball's survivability is in his raw HP and not in his counterplay. I've always been a fan of giving Ball more counterplay to CC and less HP. But yeah. Give me a second, chat. I think we have a thunderstorm coming. Let me check the severity of what's happening here. We had a thunderstorm yesterday. Give me 1 second. But yeah, I'm going to give that one a D. I don't think really anybody outside of Doomfist and Wrecking Ball mains think that, so that's pretty icy. Check radar. Give me a second. Yeah, it should be okay. I don't see anything major. We might get some thunder. If I lose internet, hang tight. I'll probably be back in a little bit. The game is in a great state right now. I don't think that's a hot take, but I do agree. OWCS is fun to watch. The variety of comps, perks, hero bands, and now map bands add some spice. Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a D. I don't think it's I don't think it's a hot take. But yeah, I agree. Realth comes on stream. Thunderstorm cut out my internet. Yep, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's just not a very hot take. Specific counters being required for some heroes to not run over the games is such a hero design issue, not a hero ban issue. Heroes like Roadhog and Widowmaker having extremely polarizing matchups is a consequence of them being fundamentally unhealthy designs. It's not an unpopular opinion. Now, it's funny because the original OP did say this. Kind of, sort of. Kind of blame bans for it. So I look at, it's kind of like, I see both sides of the argument. I don't think either of those opinions are particularly unpopular. I'm going to give it a C. Or D. It's not, but also like, I don't blame necessarily this person because the OP literally said that. So not just that, but yeah, I see both sides of the equation. I'm more of the design guy than the blame the BAM guy, but yeah. I don't know if this is unpopular. I've seen mixed discourse, so I'll drop it. Weaver's design is a serious problem. Ooh, okay. So everyone's kind of been up on the Weaver train a little bit more so. What is my hair doing? Like, it legitimately looks like I've been struck by lightning. Possibly the most serious one in the game. Oh, he needs a major rework, not more buffs. And Weaver's seeing pro play should not be a funny haha moment, but rather raise alarm bells about the state of the game. Weaver's the worst design in the game, more problematic than Mercy or Moira. Moira has abysmal skill expression, but at least she's often playing aggressively and doesn't drag out the game. Mercy is the one change that deletes pocketing. Meanwhile, there's almost nothing salvageable about Weaver. They've tried and made minimal progress in getting him to do some damage, but his main use is still safe reaction sustain, and to remove that you need to remark most of his kit. His self-peel with his stats and dash is ludicrous to compensate for his hitbox, but still not enough to actually play in the thick of the fight. His heals have insane range and auto-aim, which further conflicts with the range. Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a B or an A. I'm gonna give it a B. I'm gonna give it a B just because it's communicated well and it's not exactly the spiciest take, but within this community it might be a little bit of a spicy take. Let me explain my vision for Weaver. The argument here is that too much of Weaver's value is through inactivity, and that the resource management, defensiveness, whatever, takes just very little effort. That would have been very true historically. I find that less true with where he's at now. Let me explain why. I've coached a decent amount of Weaver in the last couple of months. Silver all the way up to Masters. You're required to take space with Weaver on medium short range off angles using your pedal, perk, dash, and damage now. You're required. You're required. You're required to be like a brawly, like a verticality gun brig, if that makes sense. Like not exactly, but like the medium-ish range. I'm trying to think like what's a good range for Moira range? I don't know. Not near as flanky, right? But you're required to do things more with Weaver than you have in the past. Now, I do agree that too much of how people perceive Weaver, and in situations when you're being dove, a lot of it is more of the backline, intergalactic emperors, the way I used to describe it back in the day, right? But you're required to utilize your beef to kind of do stuff now. And if you sit in the back, you're kind of just getting carried by your tree, to be honest. I do agree that this is confusing in how it's communicated, though. And I think there's one really, really important reason why that's a problem. And I think it's the way life grip is. Soren, I've been saying that for over a year. I've had specific feedback sessions with Blizzard developers where I gave them and told them that idea. I was with Rack in California 4 months ago, begging for them to do this to his base kit. And I think that's exactly the kind of thing that I think life grip is what's keeping Weaver in a bad state, design-wise. Not life grip as a concept, when it's an execution, where it is by default I'm going to get you to a safe position. But that's not how life grip should be used necessarily. You should use it to reposition people to better positions. And yeah, pull them out, sure, but reposition those people. So I'm just, this is like, if they'd change life grip in that regard, he would still be perceived by a lot of the player base as being the kind of sit in the back healer guy. But at least it would be a huge step in the right direction. It's still fundamentally flawed. I understand people's problem with life grip. I've just come to terms with it. It's here to stay. So what's the best version of that? I understand that you could say it's fundamentally flawed, but if you're going to have it, you got to make it happen. So, for Weaver to exist in a good state, you must have life grip be a better, more consistent utility that isn't a get out of jail free card, and that's it. Whether that's slingshot, using it on high HP targets, has a reduced cooldown, it is the problem with Weaver, and because it doesn't, like, the pedal has potential, but it's not super executed well. But yeah. So yeah, we'll leave that one from there. In terms of the take itself, C or B. Only reason I give it a B is because it is communicated really well, especially with his edits. I think he does a really good job communicating the points, right? But it's not exactly the hot take, especially within this particular community. Though I will give points for saying decisively that worse than Mercy or Moira, because that is something that a lot of people would disagree with. So I think calling this a cold take is probably silly if you look into the way it's been explained, and also clarifying that's the worst design in the game. Yeah, it's definitely something we should talk about for sure. Interesting thoughts. Doom is extremely unhealthy for the game as long as his punch works the way it does. I don't think that's that much of a hot take. I'll give that one a D. Slow should just not exist on minor perks if they're going to be so easy to proc. I mean, yeah, it's dumb.
Bald.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Wooloob. I appreciate the sub, mate. Slow should not exist on minor perks if they're going to be easy to proc. Ice cold take, I think. I don't think anybody really disagrees unless maybe specific mains of the characters. Ridiculous. All the perks suck. All 3 of these perks suck. Slow and Sleep Dart, dumb. Freya, slow and 3 Bolt, dumb. May, slow and Ice Bolt, ridiculous. Ridiculously dumb. And I don't think this is a hot take. It's a D. Higher grade equals no, not better take, because it's too much of an ice cold take. It's either spiciness level or the way that it's argued or the way it's communicated. I agree, but no. Thankfully, you guys, 70% of the people viewing should voice or making their takes are hilarious and misinformed based on correct understandings of the game, influenced by blatant bias towards streamers. Guys, I don't have bias, so we are immune to that. I'm also not a streamer. I don't stream long. I stream like what, 12, 13 hours a week. So, I mean, I'm not a streamer, guys. Like, yeah, I'm immune to this. I hate King's Row. It's so linear and nearly impossible to take space on once you lose a fight and tackle if someone in the enemy team really messes up. Don't think this is a crazy spicy take, but it is, I mean, it is a bit of a hot take for sure. I think it's still probably one of the more popular maps in the game, so I'll give that one a B, sure. And they do elaborate on why they dislike it, so sure, that's okay. I mean, maybe in this community, a lot of people kind of recognize it, but I think you'd ask the average player, yeah, sure. Genji Tracer are both incredibly broken and annoying. Genji's so annoying and strong, and you need to revert Tracer's damage buff ASAP. It's a hot take, but it's not the spiciest take of all time. And then also there's just zero elaboration on the Genji point. So I'll give that one like a C or a D. We'll give this one a C overall. If you're gonna have to, either say something really spicy, you know. Everyone's jumping on the Tracer train after yesterday. That's just too cowardly, man. If you're gonna say something spicy, man, you gotta say it with your chest, and you gotta say it. You gotta tell us why. You know, we'll give this a C. I love that we're still talking about deflect in the Year of Our Overlord. It's a hot take thread, so I shouldn't be shouldn't be shocked. But dude, it's really funny. And you know what's funny? That's funny is you have there's this weird fence sitting dynamic that you see in hot take threads where people are like, dude, we need to stop making every character the same and everything has mobility and everything is this. But then there's stuff like sleep dart, deflect, whatever, or even Tracer's identity with the mega mobility, and people actively hate both sides of the equation. I think that's just kind of how hot take threads go, regardless of where you go. It's not the Overwatch community. I do it myself, you know, but it is just funny to watch both sides of the coin where people want unique character distribution, but you can't have any edges at all, otherwise people get mad. But that's just the nature of a hot take thread. It's funny.
Would you like to see my muscles?
I mean, sure. Thanks for the sub. Tanks are still way too strong. I'm gonna try and look at either really goofily bad takes here or really, really interesting ones. Support. Okay, this one is interesting. Supports are. I'm slouching. Frick you! Oh! Posture. Okay. Supports are grossly overtuned, and their entire role needs nerfs or reworks. Wow. Okay. Mercury says, when Aaron stated that they were changed to be more fun, it basically just means buffing them in almost every way now, and all they do too much. Can I get a fact check on that? I don't know when that was said, and I don't know what happened afterwards. Now, you could say that, I think supports generally have, pretty consistent perks compared to some of the other roles, maybe. But I don't know if that's intentional or not. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a support that has bad perks now. Listen, guys, I'm all for support hate. You know, I think that the role is just really frustrating but that's more of a systematic problem with people's misunderstanding of what support means. There's nothing wrong with support players, as frustrated as I get in a ranked game over it. You know what I'm saying? BAP has mid perks. That's true. BAP, Brig perks are good. Lucio perks are fine. Moira perks are good. Ana perks are good. Zen, Zen's not very good. Curie perks are crazy. You see, maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't know. It would depend on when this was said. Okay, I'm not gonna strike that against it because I don't really know. Let's just keep going here. I'm almost 100% convinced the primary motivation for this is support players spend more on skins, so intentionally keeping the role overtuned for monetary reasons. Oh, 100%. Oh, for sure. For sure. I would bet money that support players disproportionately buy more skins. 100%. 100%. I mean, they'll never release but 100%. 100%. Absolutely. No, there's definitely some whales in the tanky DPS category. Genji, Ryan, stuff like that for sure. I mean, if you want to see who the whales are, see who gets the skins. You know? But yeah, support heroes generally always get disproportionately more skins, and that's been the case for a long time. You know? This isn't just the girlies just love their skins. I mean, Ryan and Genji players too, but support players as a whole definitely get more skins. Absolutely. Now, does that affect balance? Kind of. A little bit. I have noticed that when support. Okay, so there are probably situations, if you tracked it, where they're a little bit more responsive to support feeling trash than they are to tanker DPS. Just based off of the popularity. Not sure. It might also be the squeaky wheel gets the grease. A lot of support mains I know are just generally way better at communicating and also way more vocal at communicating their frustrations. So there's a reason that they're babied. When you have a large player base that communicates largely, large things happen. Support mains tend to be more online. I mean, I don't know if that's the case, but you know, there's a lot of conjecture here. We won't dig too deep. I don't think Sojourn or Freya are overtuned. I think they're impactful DPS most of the time, and the DPS role as a whole so undertuned that people think they're broken because they can do what DPS are actually supposed to do more consistently. See, that's the king. Do you mean getting picks? That's not necessarily what DPS are supposed to be doing, but I understand. I think people overhate Sojourn. Trust me, I don't like Sojourn's current iteration of like the rail, everything's a rail gun, but there aren't really that many other ranged DPS that are very interesting to watch. So, like, it's tough. I just think ranged DPS is just kind of an awkward thing in Overwatch 2 right now as it is, where, like, by far the most interesting characters to watch are just generally closer range characters, more mobile characters. Whereas you got freaking Cass, Hanzo, Widow, and really the only ones that are fun are, like, I guess, Ashe, Sojourn. I think the more question is, like, why is Sojourn always bullying characters like Ashe out, right? Or Freya or whatever. The buffs to DPS this season are more an attempt to improve DPS impact while not directly changing the interactions they have with supports. Yeah, I mean, true. Like, think about it this way. Like, I mean, what's going to frustrate supports more? Feeling like your healing is not as impactful or losing 1v1s versus the DPS on a flank? Seriously, what's going to make a support player cry more? Being unable to keep your Reinhardt alive or dying to Tracer on the flank? You get what I'm saying? I feel like it's the latter. I think people dying to duels more feels like, I think you're going to see people come crying more when they die. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen. I mean, they freaking buffed Tracer, guys. You get what I'm saying? But, yeah, I don't know. I will say, being in the content creator Discord and also, you know, in the Twitter headspace and whatever, people do complain a lot about the DPS passive support mains do. I don't think people understand what the DPS passive... Listen, I'm not a DPS passive advocate. I think it's dumb. But the whole concept that you should be able to out-heal active pressure is just really silly to me. I don't... Like, that is bothersome. Like, it reminds me... You know what it does? It gives me, like... Whoa, the wind's crazy. It's giving me, like, NAM flashbacks to, like, bad MMO open PvP. Where, like, you could just, like, press a few buttons on an MMO healer and just keep up infinite pressure and just turn your brain off. Like, oh, you don't want that. Damage should always be more than healing. Always. Now, the difference between MMO and first-person shooters is even more stark because in first-person shooters, you have a freaking wall. to walk behind to not take damage. Healing should be either alleviating mid-fight pressure or bringing people back to full between active pressure. So yeah, Soren, your thought about reducing the duration of DPS passive so you can heal people back to full between pressure cycles. Yeah, that's a fair criticism for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But the whole concept that you should be able to heal through active pressure, and that is just really dumb. That's just really unhealthy. You don't want that. Maybe some support players do, but their opinion's bad and will make everybody else. Because every opinion that you have has consequences, you know? And the problem with skilled healing, Gabe Holnicorn, is I agree with you, but it's really hard to have skilled healing in Overwatch. Because you can only have so many Ana where you shoot and nade and then can keep shooting. Like, there's only so many ways that you can skin a cat. You get what I'm saying? Like, I think they really try to make every healing unique, but like, not every form of healing is going to be super mechanically difficult. And I think that's okay. Imagine if you have the headshot to heal somebody more. I mean, can you imagine how like nightmarishly difficult to balance that would be? But I think this is a very interesting idea. I don't agree with all of it, but I'll give it an A for just being relatively good at explaining their thoughts and giving some creative things. I think the DPS thing, especially towards the end there, was really interesting too. I give you coaching discounts to Indians? Is it your transfer? Is it your conversion rate that's bad? I have had a lot of South American people that have struggled with that. Just reach out to me in Discord. I'll see what I can do. Probably not, but we do. No, we do sponsored coaching every couple of months for people that have bad. And when I do the sponsored coaching, I ensure the person's country of origin. So I prioritize people that are coming from people that have bad conversion rates, because I know that's a big problem. Resource management? Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because you're thinking basically like, okay, so we could be skilled not through mechanics, but then you only have a limited amount of healing. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. Meep. Think of this up. I mean, we've done that with like Mercy and Damage Boost even, where like there's resource meters. There's a lot of ideas you could toy with. I guess my point being is that, yeah, no problem. You too. Have a nice day. It's not an easy solution, I guess, is kind of like where I'm being sympathetic to the developers with. I feel like with support, I just feel like so much more of this game would feel better if people had better expectations of what they can and can't do as a support player. Most support players that I coach that are very unhappy are unhappy because there's a feeling of helplessness. And the helplessness is almost exclusively ignorance. Like when you pay like $70 for a coaching session and you're a Moira player sitting in your backline saying, I don't know what to do to win more, that's clearly not I don't want to do things aggressively. It's just you don't know that that's what you're supposed to do. You don't think about that. You know, it's not intuitive. And when that happens frequently, and it does, these are people that are actively seeking coaching, first off, then that's a problem with the way the game explains itself, you know? I don't know if that's an onboarding problem or what, you know? I think like when something happens systematically, you can't blame individuals. Bro, let me give you guys an example, okay? When Overwatch 2 first started, me and Egoist Cat, I think, and this is, I don't like being ego dude, but I'm going to say it, okay, for this particular point. I'm not always right with my takes, by any means. But me and Egoist Cat were the only content creators / coaches that I felt like had a good read of what Overwatch 2 was for supports and space control and off angle and from the get-go, right from the start. Now, we had the advantage of studying scrim VODs, and coaching contenders in Overwatch League at the time. But a lot of coaches and high-level players did not understand the adjustments to the game from the start, especially to the way the support players function and played. There wasn't a massive difference between Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2, but there was a significant difference. So if a lot of high-level players and a lot of high-level coaches did not understand The way I still get pro players going to me today saying, oh, Spell, yeah, you were right with angles 2.5 years ago. Like, you're just not figuring this out, right? I'm not a wizard. The reason I was able to pick it up faster is because that was something I was paying attention to a lot with Overwatch 1. It was kind of my strategic specialty, right? I got lucky, okay? A lot of really smart people that are smarter than I am, did not figure it out. And so, do you really think Bronze Moira players are going to figure that out? Do you think they're going to figure that out? Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think it's going to be intuitive? You know, we're kind of going back to that Ryan Shield take from the very beginning. You get what I'm saying? I just think it's unrealistic for people to like immediately, oh, it's obvious. It's not obvious, you know? I was dealing with this with like Elden Ring Night Rain where people were like, oh, it's actually really, I'd be like, dude, you're assuming that because you've played the game for hundreds of hours. This is not obvious for anybody picking up the game. It's both the priest. Support in Overwatch 1 was definitely more conservative by design in terms of the space that you had, and taking advantageous tank trades was a lot more important. Now, you could absolutely and should absolutely control angles, but the angle control is significantly more pared down. So, yeah. Our understanding of the game has definitely evolved, but that also means even if our understanding of the game has evolved, then we should be able to find ways to communicate those things to newer players.
Actually did meaningfully change him, and the changes to tanks made his player base.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It definitely evened out his damage pressure, Deft. Kepler, no. I not for tier 2, no, I don't know. You'd have to dig on maybe competitive Overwatch, Elo Hell. I don't know many people that get through tier 2. The best thing to join a tier 2 team is to hit rank 1. The game is healthier, at least more fun when Sombra is weak but viable. Yeah, I'd agree. I think every character should aim to be at least somewhat viable in the right hands, but I mean that's an Ice Gold take. And this is also an Ice Gold take, I think, as well. It gets a D. We already talked about King's Row. Let's do a couple more here. We've already done about Doomfist. Ooh, this is a perk take. We can look at the perk take. Haze from Deadlock. I played Haze. I played a little bit of Deadlock. Remind me what Haze stealth mechanic worked like. I played a little bit of Deadlock. I enjoyed it. It was definitely one of those games where I was like, I need to commit myself to this game, and I didn't feel like I didn't enjoy it that much. But it seems like a really competitively deep game. Oh, wait. Silver Saxophone. Where's your take? Come on, where's your take? Ah, frick. We missed it. Not fully invisible? Okay. Yeah, if you were a MOBA guy, I felt like Deadlock would probably have so much freaking depth. There's so many build options. And I think unlike Stadium, it felt like really like high skill expression, crazy mobility stuff. Okay, Soccer Star. I'm still on a bit iffy on whether I like perks or not. Perks would have been fine for Stadium and its wacky customization, but putting them in the main mode kind of rubs me the wrong way. I don't like grinding and earning perks. Some characters are not stat machines. Yeah. Perks that give low mobility heroes more mobility. Ooh. I don't agree with this one in particular because it feels like all of those mobility things are relatively pared down. Like they keep the character's limitations, but just give them a little bit of tools without kind of, remember we talked about the quality or the quantity of the mobility. Now you could say that like not all of the mobility is created alike, but I think like Sigma Float's pretty inoffensive. Like it's pretty cool. Like, I think it's okay. Let's keep going here. The feeling of getting attached to one perk only for it to be taken away by the dev for a different perk. Yeah, that's a fair critique. You would have to kind of assume that if a perk is really well popular and well received, then it would stay. I think a good example would be like maybe like Winston's Chain Lightning. Probably should just kind of keep that. Sombra's Control Alt Escape. To be honest with you, some of these perks should just be in the base kit. But then that's kind of the problem. Then do we do just power creep because we're introducing things into the base kit? I don't know. Some perks feel really forced for heroes that are arguably already well balanced and designed. Not liking these perks kind of pushes me away from playing the character. I don't know if this exactly addresses the final point there, but Tracer's a great example. Like, trying to come up with Tracer perk ideas freaking sucks. We came up with some in the perk fix. I think they had to do with like melee and crap, but like Tracer just doesn't need blinks after recall. Tracer doesn't need to get health blinks from health packs. Like, sometimes there's only so much that you can do with a character. So I agree. I feel like perks introduces dynamics for characters that don't have them, but then you should kind of like look at the base kit. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you want mask off, sauce out the cheeks, perks are fundamentally competitively compromised. They are not balanced. They're just not balanced. And they will never be balanced. By design, they are not balanced. They are not fair. Doesn't mean they're not good game design. The feeling of progression, the feeling of variety is good. It's probably worth the cost that we play. You get what I'm saying? So I understand why they introduced them, for the little bit of progression, a little bit of variety, and using it to help balance. But it's not balance. It's not balanced to go, I've selected a perk and now I'm locked in for that for the entire thing. And it's also not balanced because some perks for some heroes are stronger than others. And some perks you can get counter swapped around. And some perks give the person playing versus it not a lot of options. So, and it's not even a question of scale of balance either, in terms of like, how it's just not good. You can't competitively fix that. There just isn't a solution. It's introducing way more variance and inconsistency that you can't even play with anymore. They are not balanced, but they're fun. And they do offer some cool counterplay options, and they're not wildly broken in terms of the power spike, you know? So I guess my point being is that, like, I am not a perk hater or a perk advocate. I guess for me, my actual opinion on perks keeps coming up every time I think about them, because I always find myself saying, yeah, they should just add that to the base kit. And then I stop and I go, Every time I like a perk, I'm like, they just add that. Like Control Alt Escape for Sombra. Should just have that. Should just have that. You know? Winston Chain Lightning, maybe on a pared down option. I don't know. Probably should just have that, you know? I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about it. I think I am overall positive because I think they bring more good than they bring bad, certainly. But it's definitely a small compromise, you know? Not transformative like Apex, who just does certain stats and abilities. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but even then, it's still like you're still giving yourself certain advantages in certain situations. It's the baby version of baby progression. You guys ready for the spicy take? Okay, here's ready for the spicy take. Okay, I started seriously gaming, I guess you could say, around like MMOs and so on. So I get it, but progression is by far the most dangerous thing in gaming. Progression is the most dangerous tool in gaming. And everybody wants to dip into the progression pie, and that leads to some very mixed results. It's like everyone wants to get that dopamine, whatever, serotonin. Oh, I'm accomplishing things. I'm progressing. I'm unlocking. I'm doing things. And dude, that is a really dangerous tool. It's not bad. I've played board games that do really well because of the progression system. Freaking deck builders are by design progression systems of building and building a more powerful tool. The problem is that sometimes they put more focus on the progression than the actual game design itself. Everything has like roguelike elements now, roguelike elements today. Everything has like completionist. Everything has battle passes. Everything has log in for your daily reward, play this much for this. Here, unlock your additional. It's like and I don't hate it as a concept. I just hate how it can be abused sometimes. It's all about It's all about player retention right now. Player retention, player retention, player retention. And I don't think hating those as an aspect of modern gaming is largely smart because, again, board games have them. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool to build yourself up to a powerful situation, right? In fact, it's probably good game design. It keeps you invested in a good way. But there's good and bad. Ranked progression systems, toxic. Battle passes, kind of a mixed bag, right? They want you to log in every day. So I wouldn't even say progression was a lot more fun back in the day because freaking progression back in the day was like an MMO dominated landscape where they demanded your life. You know, was that healthy? Was that game design? That's kind of what I was saying with I don't think MMOs started it necessarily. I mean, I don't really know. I'm not a game expert, but it's designed to keep you engaged, not necessarily to. See, that's the thing. It's not designed necessarily to be a fun thing. It's designed to be an addictive thing. It's not designed to feel a sense of accomplishment or challenge you. It's designed to keep you in. And that is a very careful line. People play fun things, but also sometimes people do things because they feel like they need to, not because it's fun. Anyway, I'm getting way off the goop here. I'm just giving food for thought. It happens, by the way, it's not just gaming. Freaking social media. You get notifications whether you get notifications, oh, you might have missed this post, or it's the algorithm is what it is. I'm not going to go down that road, but it's algorithm wants to keep you engaged, not keep you happy. Or make you feel satisfied. So let me give you guys an example. Whole recent Twitter drama we're not going to talk about anymore. I've already talked about it at length. Because of that, in combination with the last couple of crappy things that I've had in my DMs, I turned off notifications on Twitter except from people I follow. Completely turned them off. I've spent less time on Twitter afterwards. Now, I usually mute my tweets after a period of time because I get notifications a month later. Some random dude liked it, and it just shouldn't be on my, But I turned off Twitter notifications for people I follow. I'm spending less time on Twitter. Because I was thinking, I felt the reason I didn't do it before was because I was maybe somebody ats me and wants, because I get people Coach, I watch your videos, and I always feel bad about missing for those interactions. I don't feel the motivation for kind of engaging anymore. Everything has a notification here. Everyone's got an email chain and this and that. And so it's a hard balance, because as a content creator, I have to use some of those things. So I try to make sure that whatever I'm doing is worth your time, but not everybody does that. Not everybody's notification is of the same quality. So. All right. I don't care whether pros are toxic buttholes in-game or IRL. All I want to see is the absolute highest level the game can be played at. I draw the line at being genuine criminals or abusers, but anything up to that, I'm not bothered. People expecting some random teenager who plays video games all day to be a role model is always so funny to me. Oh, also perk take, I'll give that a B. Maybe even an A. I think there's definitely some interesting concepts there. I'll give this one a B as well for being pretty spicy and explained relatively well. I agree. I've talked about this a couple of times. Most pro players that I've worked with are pretty socially dysfunctional. Doesn't mean that they're bad people or evil or even terribly rude people compared to the average person. They're just gamers and young. Not just gamers, but young. 18, 19 years old, 20 years old, whatever. No, I agree. Now, personally, I like to see being developed into a professional and being a good team player demands some sort of personal growth. I don't want to be raising little Michael Jordans, frankly. And I've never wanted to do that. But I also think that as a community and as a viewing sport, Overwatch can be a bit soft when it comes to that. And people are really soft when it comes to some of the professional community. And I'm not talking about people that have been outed for doing terrible things. I'm saying people don't really like trash talk all that much. Or at least they're very mixed on it. And there's a certain percentage of the population, especially within Overwatch, that is actively antagonistic towards any sort of toxicity. And it's also really weird because this isn't any different than Overwatch than other games or other sports. There's also a lot of people that objectify pro players, and it's really weird. Like there's a lot, and I think they're usually kids that do this, like teenagers that are like, their Twitter things is the player's name and profile picture and like so-and-so fan. And again, this is not unique to Overwatch. This happens. There's freaking Taylor Swift. It's just weird and parasocial and creepy. And you're also putting people on a pedestal that are just normal dudes, normal people, and nobody deserves that pedestal, but especially not pros. And then when the pros are like, say something rude, it's just the whole thing is just kind of weird. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's just kind of creepy, you know? So this is a good take. It's an interesting take. Again, I'm not the type of person that really participates in it myself, but I think as a product, it is better when people just play the best and don't really care about it. So, the best part about it too, as well, is like, just because you're like a streamer. So here's a really weird thing here too. I'd like to think, because I'm trying to think of like a good way of saying this. All right, I'll put it this way. A lot of the people that are really parasocial about a lot of streamers or content creators, if they actually got to know or spend time with that person in person, they would be completely disinterested first day. I'm not saying that a lot of streamers are boring. I'm, again, the obvious exception here. I'm just saying that streamers are just, once the camera's off, and even they're just normal people. They're just, whatever. They're just normal people. I don't even necessarily find streamers to be, on average, more charismatic. Sometimes there are. Sometimes. I've met some pretty charismatic streamers that are like pretty larger than life, but I would say actually most are not. Most are pretty boring. Pretty boring. There are some exceptions, but most are pretty boring. I'm not going to even say who is and who isn't. This is not what we're here for, because I know that's where some of you guys are going. But I'm just saying that streamers and YouTubers are pretty boring. They're just normal people. Now, again, I'm the obvious exception. I'm unbelievably charismatic, funny, hilarious, amusing. But yeah, they're just people, so. Tell a joke. Your mother. Yeah, most of these are just kind of crappy takes. So let's look at a couple controversial. I always start to do this and then it finds out that these are just dumb, lazy takes. When I start by controversial, I end up not finding hot takes, but takes that are just undercooked or underexplained or just lazily communicated. Phrase actually balanced fairly well, if not slightly underpowered. That's a really, really hot take, but okay, sure. At least it's a cohesive sentence. Malga, Kiriko, and Sombra are healthy heroes for the game as they have counters, while counters using strong some heroes. If people have to fight them, learn to fight them, they would barely be banned. Yeah, but why are people not learning to fight them? You could say that they're unpopular. Maybe. Again, I'm kind of saying that perception is important, because perception can tell you some truth about the character, It's a decent take. I'll give it a B. Yeah, that's a B. It's not bad. $6v6 still feels like the best way to play the game. This one's controversial. I think Sojourn is genuinely fair and balanced, has not been broken since Season 9. People think that she's broken, don't play her. DPS meta being stale is fine. Seeing Sojourn Tracer Genji all the time is good. I don't mind it at all. DPS as a role is still weak. I think people complain about broken DPS characters just because they're not used to impactful DPS. Hitscan is honest. Anna's broken to start to support power creep, but she's somehow pretty honest despite that. I like Zarya. Bonus for new patch. 6 damage Tracer is fine. Wow. We'll give this one a B or an A. There's actually a lot of pretty good points in here, and definitely stuff that I don't fully agree with, but like I could definitely see as a hot take, and I definitely think that like you're getting booed, but you're not wrong. You get what I'm saying? I'll give that one an A. Yeah. Ana being a really big support power creep character, I think is just objectively true. Listen, I love Ana. She might be my most powerful character, and I love her design, and I think it's good that she started the support power creep, because she started the support power creep, but she also started for us to redefine what support was actually supposed to do, because you freaking compare Ana to Mercy, Lucio, Zenyatta, like the dynamics of cooldown management and impact like really started with Ana more so than any other character. Now you could say Lucio, but especially the way Lucio functioned back then, it just wasn't the same. So I agree. Absolutely power creep at the time, but also probably good for the game overall. Yeah. Hitscan is honest, not wrong entirely. I think people overhate Hitscan. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll end that one with an A. We'll end our hot takes with an A. I don't agree with everything here, but I got to give credit for putting some thought and effort and actually coming out with a hot take here. Yeah. The Lucio wall ride really limited what you could do. I think his DPS was lower. Somebody might fact check me, but back then, I swear his DPS was lower. Even if you don't factor in like amp attack speed perk. DPS as a role is still weak. I really hate arguments like that because it's just so hard to actively measure. To be honest, a lot of these are really hard to measure, so that's not really fair. But to my understanding, I mean, you've heard Gavin talk about role delta in terms of when you have a high rank player, is it more valuable to have a high rank tank or high rank support or high rank DPS? In higher ranks, all basically kind of even out for the most part. So that kind of answers that question for me at the higher ranks anyway in terms of role impact. But it is a good question in lower ranks. I've always predicted that DPS have higher role delta in lower ranks because I think that they're the only characters that actually have the wherewithal to actually take angle space. And I would predict that supports are probably have the lowest role impact in lower ranks because supports are just morons in lower ranks in terms of the difference between how they're supposed to be being played and how they're actually being played. But I don't know for that. That's just my prediction. But so I think you could say DPS is actually too impactful in lower ranks, maybe, and just as impactful as any other role in the higher ranks. But maybe in the mid ranks, maybe like gold to diamond. I don't know. I don't know. I think when people say that DPS isn't impactful, they're making two mistakes. One, they're assuming that kills is what DPS do. I know get kills. And then kind of really baby backed off of that. They take a duel to support. They force the support's cooldowns, which are almost always longer than the DPS cooldowns, and go, me no kill support, force Suzu TP, support OP, And then like it's just like a misunderstanding of like what support in Overwatch is different than Rivals. And also a misunderstanding of what the DPS role is, right? Every character controls space. Every character forces cooldowns. You don't show up, hit 2 shots, and win the game, right? This isn't freaking CS, you know? I would 10 times rather have the, oh no, I forced the support cooldown, I hate this gameplay loop, than anything revolving an inactive, fold-over support line. So as much as I make fun of the whole support dynamic, we need active, defensible supports. I don't like Suzu, but Kiriko should win duels if she wins them. You can criticize the whole TP out, doesn't really give me the dopamine of securing or forcing a cooldown or whatever, but it's value. It's a lot of it too. Forcing nade defensively, value. Support's difference between damage has always been the fact that they have to juggle multiple responsibilities and DPS only have to focus on one. So saying that like, oh, Kiriko is just a better DPS is just like an unbelievably brain dead take. You could still criticize her design in terms of how it feels to play into, but saying it's like objectively, it's just so brain dead, and it's not even statistically it's also so incredibly easy to statistically prove wrong because we've had public win rates and pick rates for Kiriko for years. Like this isn't a surprise. Right, it's like forcing a tracer out. Imagine flipping the script. I can never kill a tracer as Ana. I just shoot her and she runs away. Yeah, you know. So, it cuts both ways. But again, we don't really have you have my best guess at roll delta in lower ranks. We have the objective roll delta in higher ranks, but I don't know what it's like in mid ranks. It might be true. I mean, maybe DPS really isn't an impactful gold, platter, diamond. I'd be shocked if the variance was big, but there could be some variance there. Why does DPS feel less impactful to so many players? Because they have a misunderstanding of what the role is supposed to do, like I just said. You're supposed to kill people and shoot them and win 1v1s and get picks. No, you're not. Never. Not in Overwatch 1, not in Overwatch 2. The only time the DPS ever gets picks is when unhealthy one-shots are meta. You are always reliant off of your team on all aspects. And not gonna lie, DPS players freaking whine just as much as support players half the time. I mean, every role whines, to be honest with you, but DPS players are like, I'm trying to think of like, support mains are like the poster child of the spoiled brat, but then the hot take is that actually, but the people that think that are usually the people that are just as whiny. I'm trying to think of like a good analogy here, okay? When people say that, Okay. Here's the worst analogy ever. Christopher Nolan's Interstellar is the best movie of all time. It's literally great, the greatest ever. I love that. That's a support main opinion, okay? The DPS main opinion is that Christopher Nolan sucks. He's a terrible director. He doesn't know how to tell a story. He's just garbage, whatever. It's overly pretentious and also stupid. Okay, you get what I'm saying? Just because you're one layer below the obvious, you're not right, okay? Just because you like post-war, World War II, neo-noir, depressing, everybody dies in a fiery you don't have good taste. You're just pretentious. Hot take, supports over to you. Congrats. You're hilarious. Go touch some grass. I like Interstellar. I just understand it has flaws, That's my thing. Come on, did you guys not, did nobody, come on, did somebody, does that make it any better? Okay, let me try again. Okay, here's another one. All right. All right, here's another one. Okay, pop music. So dumb, freaking pop music with the girly pop and the dumb lyrics and the beats, it's just so lame. And then you go one step below that and you're like, wait, no, shoot. No, I messed up the order. No, okay, Taylor Swift is the greatest musical artist of all time. Pop music is excellent. Sabrina, I don't remember her name. Sabrina something. There's just excellent, like the K-pop is literally the great, right? And then the one below that is that, all Carpenter, right? Okay, all the famous pop stars, all they release is trash. It's just garbage. All of it sucks. It's literally just brain dead. Now you can criticize the music system right now. It's pretty cancer, but there's some good songs, right? I think there's some effort being put into some of those songs that are written, not necessarily by the artist. They're literally just poster children. Both Western and Korean pop is literally just, they find attractive person that sings and then they're just puppets. Okay. But that's a different story. But yeah, you're not, okay, fine. Congrats. Your inability to understand nuance isn't clever. Okay. Yeah. It's always been pretty bad. Yeah. There's just basically tools. Yep. That's true. But that's exactly what I'm saying, right? You're right, yeah. So when you're saying that support is way overtuned, you're not okay. You're not just because you're one layer above support saying that tracers are way OP doesn't mean that your opinion's great. Thoughts on pregnant goblins taking over the caves in your house? Be accommodating, Stefano. Be accommodating. They will then dig for gold, and you will be rich. The record label's predatory context rabbit hole is crazy. Yeah. Dude, so my brother's in music and he's worked with a lot of labels and it is crazy how sleazy those people are. Crazy how sleazy. They nowadays especially, they basically offer you nothing. They're literally they're like insurance salesmen for weird insurance, right? Not worst case scenario insurance, hangnail insurance. They'll like convince you that we have so much to offer you. But the best part about it is they only go after people usually that already have established brands, which begs the question, why are you even here? Yeah. So yeah, we really went off the deep end there, but yeah. Today's like music environment, because I'm kind of a little bit involved in it, is really weird, like really freaking weird right now. Not gonna lie, Interstellar example was better. I think so too. I think it was funnier at least. Cinephile versus average Christopher Sojak. What's another movie that only pretentious people say is the best? I'm trying to think. There's definitely a couple that should come to mind, but I can't think. Anything French? I'm gonna be honest. Anything French. Do you watch Rick Beato? Occasionally, yes. Citizen Kane's pretty good. I enjoyed Citizen Kane even as a younger, like a 12 or 13-year-old. I like 12 Angry Men as well, so frick me. I've watched it a lot of times. I'd find it enjoyable. I haven't seen Seven. Goodfellas. I thought Goodfellas was pretty entertaining too. Frick, man. I haven't watched Clockwork Orange. I don't think anybody thinks Megalopolis is good. Come and See I have not seen, although, yeah. Titanic I have not seen. You're speaking like a Kiriko. Oh no, you're talking to somebody else. Be respectful. Gone with the Wind is, I enjoy Gone with the Wind too. Frick, man. I'm not gonna lie. I do like it. I think the drum. I haven't seen Fight Club. Birth of a Nation. I don't think anybody is allowed to say that you're like Birth of a Nation anymore. I haven't seen The American Psycho. I've seen parts of it though. Shut the frick up, Deacon. Dang it! I'm who I hate! I have become the very thing I've sworn to destroy. No. Oh, I have a great example. Okay. All right. I got it. I have it in my grasp. Okay. Listen. Star Wars: The Force Awakens. No, what's the last one? What is the second one? The Last Jedi. The Last Jedi. That's the number 8 one, right? The one that everybody hated. All right. Right? That's the one. Yes. Okay. So, The Last Jedi. I was a pretty big Star Wars fan. I watched The Last Jedi. No YouTube video essay, cringe, dang libs, nothing. Just no context. Just watched it. And I went, and I like movies. I like nuanced movies and stuff like that. Okay, you guys are not going to, some of you guys might not like this, okay? And I watched it with my wife, who's also a huge Star Wars fan, and we walked out of it and we said, wow, this just is not good at all. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, plot holes are always in Star Wars. It's the nature of just being a big movie. But it just wasn't good. It just was bad. And I'm sorry if you like it. You're allowed to like it because it was a lot of big flashy things happen. So, sure, like I like big flashy things too. So our tastes may be different, but I didn't like it. I thought it was dumb. I thought it was contrived. I thought it tried to undercut your expectations in the worst possible way. The whole point of undercutting expectations is you're supposed to watch it and go, frick, I should have seen that coming, right? That's an undercut. That's subverting expectations, where somebody acts consistently, but in a way that you were not expecting, and where you feel like I should have seen that coming, but not such that it doesn't make any sense why they would do that. And I'm not just talking about throwing the lights over the head. That's the obvious one. There's so many other things that just, why are they acting like that? That doesn't, they're just doing that because it's like they were putting on like, it's like going goth as a 12-year-old because, you just don't get me. No, you're just dumb. It's just dumb, right? Now, hang on. Here's the analogy here. The analogy I have is the support main mindset is The Last Jedi's dumb. It worst Star Wars movie. Worst movie all time. Just liberals and subvert and Ryan and bad. Bad. Worst movie ever. I hate anything. No boom, woman. Okay, you get what I'm saying? And there are people like that, okay? Okay, congrats. Like, that's stupid. But then I've got people that are like cinephiles, right? They're like, actually, The Last Jedi was actually, no, it wasn't. You're not edgy or funny. Yes, those opinions are dumb, but you can also agree with them. It's just not good. Okay, you're allowed to like it. Okay, first off, I just say you are allowed to like it, but don't sit here and argue with me how it was really well calculated. No, it wasn't. They had no vision for the movie at all. The entire series was complete accident. You're retconning the intention of that movie and the attempt to backlash that you just don't agree with. You get what I'm saying? You could say it sucked, but you don't have to agree with the people that said it sucked for the right reasons. Who cares? It's just a bad movie, in my opinion. It's at least a bad movie in terms of the expectations, right? It's not the worst movie by any means, you know? It just wasn't very good. It just wasn't very well thought out or planned. The story wasn't all that cohesive. They made a lot of really dumb decisions. You know? You're not... Yeah. So, yeah. I guess that's my analogy there, right? Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to think it's a good movie. If you enjoyed it, I think there's a lot of cool scenes, you know? Yeah. The obsession with subverting expectations in the lowest way, most thoughtless, story-compromising way possible, but you're allowed to. You're allowed to. I went back and watched Empire Strikes Back again. I hadn't seen it in a long time. About 2 or 3 months ago.
The director for The Force Awakens was replaced for The Last Jedi, and the director for
Yeah, exactly. There's just no consistent vision of what the story was supposed to be at all. Disney completely boinked the leadership of it from the get-go. But anyway, I went back and watched Empire. I think for the bits. I went back and watched Empire Strikes Back a few months ago. And you could pretty easily say, like, sometimes there's some goofy things that happen. Some of Yoda's philosophisms are just cornball. They don't even make any sense half the time. But you know what, guys? It was really fun. There were not plot holes. There were some, but it was just really entertaining and fun. And it's aged really well. And I really liked it. And I hadn't seen it in like 11 or 12 years. And I had a great time watching it. So that to me is like, you could sit here and probably nitpick a lot of things of that movie, I'm sure. But I had fun watching it, and it wasn't distractingly obsessed with itself, So, yeah. It's a tricky line with art. What were we talking about? I don't even remember what we were talking about. Oh, yeah, the DPS support main. I do read a lot. I read a lot. I've already read like 20 books this year, 25 books. Do you guys want to know what I've been reading? Oh, frick, man. Hang on. You just asked me the wrong question. Hang on. I have to see which of these that... These are just a couple I've read in the last couple of months. Pretty good. It's pretty good. A really interesting guy. Better than I expected. I remember reading this as a kid, and I was like, oh, this is not too bad. It's actually pretty interesting. There's a lot of like other short stories in there that are decent. Wait, chat pause due to scroll. Don't laugh. My sister got it at a thrift store, and she said it was really good as when she read it when she was like 9. So I read it. It was fun. Pretty good. Very interesting. You guys can see the sticky notes. I take extensive notes on most books that I read. This is pretty fun. This is a very fun book. Chat pause to scroll. Stop. Very controversial book. I really disagreed with the vast majority of it. And this guy is a pretentious butthole. But it was very interesting, and I'm glad I read it. Thrift books is the GOAT. Yep. I read it as a kid. Really enjoyed it. Enjoyed it even more now. No notes in the Dollhouse Caper. No. I'm not a big Star Wars fan anymore, but my friend bought this for me. Do you guys know Baggins? He bought this for me, and it was okay. It was all right. I think my problem with Star Wars books is I always want them to be better than they actually are because the concept really interests me, and then the YA dialogue just really hurts my feelings. It's like, dude, these are adults. This is a 45-year-old man. He's not talking like a 13-year-old. He's not. Just don't. It was the same thing when I'd read the Darth Bane series. It was a similar thing when I read the Plagueis series as well. It was like, oh, I'm kind of invested in this. This is decent, but ooh, the dialogue is just not. Oh, no. I heard the novelization of Revenge is great as well. I think I have it somewhere. This is really good. I really like this movie a lot. It talks a lot about the race relations between the Native Americans and the early Americans. It gives the whole context of the original story as well, which is really good. Yeah, and then I actually just started and finished this one. It's an older biography, but it's really interesting about him. So I saw Han Solo as he was rising up like, hello, Kyle. Yeah, so that's just like what I've read in like the last couple of months, but I read a lot. So that's only like half of it. Yeah. I read the whole Malazan series, finished that several months ago. That was interesting. I have very strong feelings about that, both good and bad. Brandon Sanderson's on the list. I haven't had time to do it yet recently. Are the natives the support of the DPS in this analogy? Ooh. I'd say probably the DPS. Reading the nuance of like being like an imperialistic country of people of pioneers, but then the atrocities on both sides. Oh gosh, yeah. No, not Kafka. I haven't. Yeah, Malazan was over 10,000 pages, I think, or right at it. Ooh. Cheers, GKB. Appreciate you, mate. Dark Discipline? Okay, cool. But yeah, I read a lot. I read a lot of different stuff. I used to read a lot more coaching leadership books, and I still do read a lot of them, and I've read a lot of them, and I've taken a lot of notes in them. But I've slowed down a little bit recently, spacing about once every like 3, 4, 5 months, because I was ingesting too much information and not like doing anything with it, not really implementing it in my life or in my coaching. And so I slowed things down, and to where I'm like, actually, it just felt like a waste of time, you know? The Searchers, The Making of an American Legend. It's one of my favorite movies. And it's been a really interesting book, especially it gives like half the book is backstory to the book about the movie. So it's wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but yeah. Institutes. I mean, I'm not an Armenian, but you know, I'm not so sure. I've not read the brothers Karamazov. Karamazov. Yeah. Should read the Warrior Cats books. Bubble in my throat. Okay. I read a lot of different books. I read children's books. You guys have heard of Miss Pigglewiggle? Has anybody heard of Miss Pigglewiggle? Freaking love Miss Pigglewiggle. It is one of you or two of you have. Great series. What are my favorite high school required reading? Give me a list of high school required reading and I'll tell you. I think Realth is done early. I haven't read Ender's Game. The Things We Carried, nope. Walk Two Moons, nope. Frick, maybe I haven't read that many of them. Does DPS perk guide start Pigglewiggle and doing it for me? Maybe. We might restart with the Realth thing sooner rather than later. I have not read 1984, but I really enjoy Animal Farm. I have 1984. I haven't read it yet, though. I have not read Dune. Spouse homeschool confirmed. Bro, okay. Yes, but also I was the only child, so I learned how to read when I was 3. Like I said, first child, not only child, first child things. Gulliver's Travels. I have read Gulliver's Travels, but it's been ages. I remember there's some really weird stuff about, it gets a little physiologically graphic. I learned how to read in the womb. I actually was reading before I was conceived. Yep. So, that's all right. It's not a big deal, though. It's hot as cheeks, man. Yes, that is why you're the learner. The last day of a condemned man? No. I was like, I read a lot. And everyone's just like, have you read this? And I'm like, frick. I read, what else have I read? I've read, let me look through some of my notes here, see if I can dig up some sauce. I don't know why I said it like that. No. No. I got it! Where the frick is it? Oh, found it. Yo, Stefano, thank you for the gifted subs, mate. How are you? I did hear about the Animal Farm movie. I've done there's a Marcus Aurelius, what's the book with Marcus Aurelius? Really good. Atomic Habits. Bill Walsh stuff, Chop Wood, Carry, The Art of Learning, Book of Five Rings, Thinking Fast and Slow. A lot of John Wooden stuff. I really respect John Wooden. These are more like other stuff. Google the button questions. The button questions. And do me up 5 of them, Natty. This guy gifts subs just to bribe me. Button questions. Will I press the button? Is this it, Stefano? Before I start? Do I mainly read fiction? No, I'd say 60-40 nonfiction, probably. Or at least 50-50. That's it? Okay. Palestinian Lab. Why would anybody press the button or not? Pass. I don't know. Let's be honest. Social consequences matter. I don't know if I be colleagues, we mean friends. Then, yeah. Pass. Why would anybody choose these? These are so easy. Talk to all animals in the launch night. This is so easy, bro. Like, this is the easiest. This is easy. This game is beyond easy. Yeah, this is incredibly easy. I mean, this feels like really... Wait, how do you do I will? Oh, you click the button. I mean, sure, this is just free value. You don't have to put on Crocs. You don't have to put on Crocs, but if you want to, you can. That's just a no-brainer. No. No, civilization is only a quantitation of the people that are within the civilization. And if I have to compromise a lot of other things, I'm not going to be playing God. Why would I do that when I already have that? No. This is the easiest game I've ever seen in my life. No. What? This makes no sense. You can instantly change clothes anywhere, but your wardrobe can't change from now on? What? Oh, as in I can't add more shirts and plants? I mean, that sounds dumb because eventually my stuff is going to get like thread-borne and old, and I'm going to have to wear rags. I'm going to be a naked old man. I'm going to be a naked old man. No, thank you. No, that's meaningless. Why would I be so self-obsessed that I want people to fall in love with me, but I don't even give myself the pleasure of being in love? How hollow of an existence that would be. You get around and know everything about it? Who cares? I don't have to use it. Easy. This is so easy. You'll be whatever biological age you choose forever? Pass. I value Pepper too much. You can tell whether someone is lying, but you can't lie yourself. I think it's dangerous. I think you have to live with the nuance of that. That's a skill I would prefer not to have. Transform yourself to any living creature human, otherwise relive it completely at will. No, this would be a disaster. Can you imagine sleeping? No, just it would be a blessing, but a horrific curse within days. No, pass. I will not elaborate. You wake up from a coma with a new life. You're successful and attractive in any way you want. You must be. No. You couldn't. That would haunt you for the rest of your days. Listen, guys, just because I'm a bit of a prude in some ways doesn't mean it's not a... You get what I'm saying. All the countries of the earth will unite into a planetary republic, and there will be peace everywhere. No, because Emperor Palpatine, people would suffer. No, this is so dumb. No. No, these are so incredibly dumb. What? No. For one day? No. The man or woman of your dreams falls in love with you? What are these? Can you imagine walking on needles? Why not? I have to share everything that I have, but I have literally anything I want. What? Free value, man. The ability to see the future. There's nothing you can do to change it. Ooh, good one. I'll say a no. Knowledge is not power. Knowledge is responsibility, but if you can't do anything about it, that would be a torturous cycle. Fall asleep whenever you would like to. What? You will dream and remember every dream you have every time you sleep, slowly exhausting you. What? This is terrible. Who the frick? If you fail, you go back 5. What do you mean if you fail? So how do you decide when to stop time? So you're saying I can go, okay, let me think. How do I answer here? Oh, no, I'm falling. Unstop time. There's no downside. You just say unstop time, and then you're good. Maybe this question is just dumb. This means body dysmorphia. Nah, cap. If I'm going to get something, I'm going to work for it. What is this stupid game? The button is all sticky and gross? What? What does this even mean? Who writes these questions? 12-year-olds? We've already done this question. Oh, no. Why would I? Who cares about creating planets? No. I'm not. No. Like, no. Listen, if I wanted to breed with a cow, you know, your mother's always been. Okay. Well, become the best someone, whatever you love to do. We can never do anything else for the rest of your life. Okay, this is so dumb. Let's see if Realth's available. Realth is not available yet. Thank you, Stefano, for the time wasting. That was kind of fun. And a weird strain. I don't think any of those questions were hard that I can think of. Maybe one we pause on? Like, no. Realth will be done soon. Frick, man. Were there any of them that you guys think I went too fast on that maybe I didn't think through? Maybe I got like my genie's wish, you know what I'm saying? Like monkey paw kind of thing? Recenter the camera on the twinkle toes? Oh, as in I recentered it. No, it was just too high up. The time stop one? Well, it didn't clarify how you would unstop time. It didn't say for how long you could stop time. It said whenever you want. You just have to stand on one leg for the entire time. So you would just say unstop time. No, I'm probably not gonna have the time to do the DPS perk guide, Luka Goo, but I would actually be curious to hear your takes if you want to message me. I'd actually really appreciate it. I'll buy you a car. The lying one was more interesting. I think being unable to tell, to be politely lying is a mistake. I think that in the interests of the persons that you're speaking with, sometimes you have to lie. Not in your own interests. I think that's always the wrong thing to do. But in the interests of the person or people that you're speaking with, it's sometimes good to just not always be completely honest. I think the confusion between what's a white lie versus what's something done for the other person's benefit is confused. You kind of get what I'm saying? This was like something that you struggled with when you're like a 10-year-old. You're like, oh man, a white lie, it's really bad. You know, that's really not. If it's done for not your benefit, you know? Yeah, exactly. Is omission a lie? I mean, it should be, right? If it's purposeful. Just because you're a villain doesn't mean you have to be stereotypically evil. You could be a good guy and some people think you're a bad guy. You mean like what I am right now? Humor. No comment is an answer. Changing the subject is an answer. I mean, but that is, but you see what you're implying by saying that? How do I look today? No comment. Come on, guys. Like, seriously, think of the real life implications of that. How do I look? No comment? Really? Have you guys ever talked to a real person before? No comment. What? No comment. Oh my gosh. You're cooked, man. Oh, that would be funny, Stefano, yeah. Yeah, chat, how do I look today? Guys, how do I look today? Does my hair look good? Am I looking handsome today, chat? How do I look, guys? Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I'm all for honesty. I think people in general, like, I'm a pretty direct guy. Let me give you guys an example. Stefano, you'll appreciate this one. So Tectris came over the weekend, hung out with me for the weekend, spent the night because Pepper was out of town. So Pepper comes home from her jiu-jitsu tournament, and Tectris is still here. And so and you could tell that she was like, she wants to hang out with me, but she doesn't want to be rude. But she's like, dude, I haven't seen you in like 2 days, whatever. So you know what I said to Tectris? I was like, yo, you have like an hour and a half, and then I'm gonna hang out with Beth. So I said, what do you want to do in the next hour and a half before you have to leave? Tectris didn't care. I just told him, like, you got to go in an hour and a half because I have to hang out with my wife. He doesn't give a frick. Most people are pretty fine with that stuff, So I think some honesty is fine, but yeah. I think if someone was to get offended by that, that would be more their problem, you know, but I do think that there's some nuance there, you know, just open communication. Exactly. Open communication. Me and Pepper have a very open communication. Dude. So she's a phenomenal cook. And she will make something and I'll be like, yeah, this is bad. This is bad. Now we have a relationship to where I am very honest on all the good things. If it's good, I'm going to freak out over it. It's freaking amazing. She's a freaking amazing cook. But when it's bad, I don't have to pretend like it. If I have put on a shirt or my hair looks bad, she doesn't go, oh, you know, she goes, no, your hair just looks stupid. You look like a grandmother. I'm not offended. She thinks I'm handsome. That's fine. She loves my hair. Just this time it looks terrible. So like there's like a really, really open communication and it takes it does take time and effort to build that trust. But I think people assume that honest communication is like usually more negative communication. And to be honest with you guys, I don't think that's always the case. She thought my hair was a little messy today. Yeah. Yeah, I think honest communication becomes more important when it's somebody that you spend a lot of time with, because you should have built up the trust to the point to where you could be very blunt. The exception is when that person is in an emotional state to where you need to baby them a little bit, but once they've processed those emotions, you should kind of push them. Let me give you an example. I'm really frustrated about a team performance. London Spitfire had a really bad day of scrims. I'm getting frustrated. I don't need Pepper to sit here and be like, all right, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Well, come on, man. I just need some time to vent. But after that, you know, a good relationship would be kind of pushing me to do better in that front. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's like a good example. Once the emotions have been processed, I think, you know, full transparency is good. Yeah, people like saying they're being blunt and they're just being jerks. No offense, my sister's like that sometimes. She prides herself in her honesty, and to be honest with you, it's just not all of it's very nice spirited. I love her to death, but she drives me nuts with that sometimes. You have 4 times your current subs and viewers, but you can no longer play Overwatch. Ooh, I would probably do that one. I would. I think there's enough things that I enjoy right now. That would be a cost, but I think I'd do it. My father-in-law is good with that. It's actually a really good conversation. How are you today? I'm not that good. You know, I've been struggling. Like, I think like that's honestly not a bad conversation starter. Not Marvel Rivals. No, I would not Marvel Rivals. No. See, that's a real life one, because I feel like I could have done that. If I'd closed my eyes and just pretended that all was well. Where are my earbuds? I could have just gone straight into Marvel Rivals coaching and content, a lot heavier than I did, and educational stuff. No. Where are my earbuds? Why are they over here? Yeah, and I'm not saying that works for everybody too. To be honest with you guys, there are some people that just really can't handle honesty at all. And I'm not saying that you should baby that or enable that completely, but yes, it's easy for me to say, yeah, just be honest with your partner when Pepper's just kind of exceptional. So like, but to be honest, I mean, some people are just really crappy with that, to be honest with you guys. Did you get a lot of views doing Rebels? I got decent views, yeah. I just was not interested in applying myself to it as much. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about Rivals, bro. Would you rather get another hero, a new map? No new more. I would say I'd much rather have new heroes than new maps. And yeah, overly focusing on phrasing is definitely true. That's true. People can be very focused on phrasing. Part of it is communicational skills, which is challenging. Realth, are you here? Okay, Realth is just finishing up. Once Realth is here, I'll turn off my face cam and we'll jump in the Discord call. Someone with autism will run into this a lot? Yeah, absolutely. I imagine that's probably really annoying. How do I change stream title on this? I might have to just do it manually through YouTube. I don't know if Realth's going to stream. Just clipping patch notes for an OBS scene? Okay. Let me just go and manually update my... Is Pepper part bird that I just saw that? Okay, YouTube title is manually updated. And I'll try to have the headline updated to whatever topic we're talking about. What does Realth have to say? I don't know. Hey, Poop. Dude, you got it. Hey, Poop Kip, how are you? Freaking Poop Kip. How you doing, mate? Wait, what's going on with the replay viewer? Something going on with the replay viewer? All right. Yeah, internet makes it a lot worse because people lose all sort of context from it because they have no idea. Like, they also don't know you either. Like, not just visual, like facial context, but also like. Let me put it this way: how you make jokes with your best friends versus random strangers is the exact type of context that's missing in social media. Okay, let's get this started. Nice. Enjoy your two-step dancing, mate. Dancing's banger. If you ever come down and visit again, I'll teach you how to swing dance. What's up, Ralph?
Hello.
Hey, I have my face cam deactivated, so I'm ready to go. Wait, let me turn on my thingy.
I was thinking, if you just full screen me and put yourself on your normal, like, VOD review cam.
Yeah, but it's like...
You can be in the corner from your point of view.
Yeah.
And then we can like, be next to each other and look really cute together. No?
I'm hearing you, but I'm not listening, so... All right, let me see if I can get this situated.
Let me just share my camera real quick.
Let me get the right
Turn on. I
window
don't want turn on. I want share OBS virtual camera. That's what I want. Will that work?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh god, it's flipped me. Have I flipped on your screen?
Get flipped. No, you're good. I mean, you're fine. You're not upside down.
That's just no left to right.
No, it's
left to right.
That's fine. What's the first topic so I can do my headline thing here?
First topic. There's been more news on map bans, hero bans. So we may as well finish off that discussion because we got, I'd say, like 4/5 of the way through it, right?
Yeah, something like that before internet went explodey. So yeah, I think we talked a lot about hero bans. Kind of talked about like some of the weaknesses of it and it being used as a tool rather than as a replacement. And this is your opportunity to say "I told you so" with the Reaper Tracer patch notes.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of that happening.
Yeah, you know, I was like, frick, these frickers, they said to me that they would, darn it, Ralph gets that, dang it.
The canary in the coal mine is always right every single time. I say something's, the Widow patch comes out, I'm like, they're doing the thing, and then I'm like, yeah, well, straight away. Yep.
They're just going to agree a lot, aren't they? Yes, we are going to agree a lot. But respectfully, productive conversation.
It's a difficult one. Like, I don't actually think me and Spilo disagree that much on too much. I think we're mostly both correct about things, right? Like,
right.
I know it sounds silly to say, but I don't think there's anything major. And even when there is major disagreements, I think we see each other's point of view, which is why it's nice to talk to each other for the most part.
I'd agree with that.
So, do you want me to catch chat back up with where we were?
Yeah, just TLDR it. Yeah, now I'll insert anything that you forgot.
Yeah, no problem. So we talked about map variety, choice of experience, the allowance of the devs to create more diverse things in the design space in terms of hero bans. I am staunchly against hero bans. I understand its purpose. I understand what it brings to the game, but I think it's worse in totality. We talked about it buffering the devs accidentally making poor design or bad balance, and how that allows them a little bit more breathing room. And we talked about how that gives them like instant objective feedback on what the player base likes. So the first thing that's changed, map bans, extra load times. So we talked about extra load time probably being a bad thing. That at least takes away in small amounts from the average experience of the ability of the queue to make a good game, right? Because if you have an extra 30 seconds, even though you're picking heroes and that doesn't feel like 30 seconds, maybe it feels like 10 or 15. Realistically, the system still does have to account for those 10 or 15 because people start bulking from the queue, right? Map bans, how are you feeling about them?
Very indifferent. I kind of think what you said, where it's like the shaving the edges off of an experience are by far the most important thing a ban phase can accomplish. And so really what we're arguing about is like, what's worse, to have a worst case scenario option or consistently middling options. Hero bans prevents you from playing versus the character more often than not that you absolutely despise, but adds time to the experience at a cost, and also comes with additional outside of periphery costs. It's really an insurance, is exactly what a map ban and a hero ban phase is. And so you can argue that there's good and bad insurance. Map ban is probably going to be a bit more objectively controversial, maybe not as contentious because I don't think people care as much, but I definitely think that the benefits versus the drawbacks are a lot fuzzier. Yeah. It's a lot faster, but it's also a lot less harmful to have a terrible map versus a terrible character, at least due to the more average players will probably care a little bit less. As such, I ride the fence very comfortably. I've already given them feedback yesterday where I was like, this map pick phase is like way too long for how much. And while I love the whole like
it's
random,
like a minute and a half in total with loading times, right?
Yeah, the UI is like cool, I guess. The tick 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 was like, come on, guys, just let us freaking play the game. Does that really increase my enjoyment that much? I don't think people care that much. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that continue to get cut down and chop.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will cut it down. What do you think a reasonable time is for pre-game in
10
total?
seconds,
right?
15
got, like,
seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, we've got the 30 seconds of loading in, right? And the map loading doesn't start until those things are ended. So you still need that 30 time just for the loading in. So, like, I think they will speed it up as they'll speed it up, right?
They've done it with Stadium as well. Like Stadium, I was trying to play Stadium for the first time in months the other day, or 2 days ago, and I was freaking having an anxiety attack trying to read Sigma's new powers because I just never had enough time. And yet that's probably the sweet spot for 95% of people that play Stadium now. So it'll keep getting trimmed back. I think the argument is that you could definitely trim it faster than it already is.
It's people getting used to the system and looking around at the whole UI. You basically need enough time to somebody that's just come in to read the entire UI, right? Like that's what you're dealing with. Then you can start trimming it later. So I did see that Yeetle was actually just tabbing out to play Solitaire on stream the other day. Because the pre-game was taking so long, and I'm like, oh god, are we back to this again?
Yep.
It is one of those, isn't it?
Well, there's also a certain subset of player too. Like Yeetle's a great example of a player who's like, I've known him for a long time. He's a chill guy. He just doesn't really care that much. He's willing to kind of flex his competitive muscles versus anything he's thrown versus. And it was the same thing with me with Freya. Like when I was playing Freya, I never banned anybody because I wanted the whole awful experience of playing Freya versus every quote unquote hard counter that there was. So I just let it happen. The only time I started banning was when people started banning Freya towards the end. So I would ban DPS to try and kind of bloat the DPS ban pool so I was less likely to get banned. But I just didn't really care. And there are a lot of people that are kind of fill that subset. And for those people, bans are probably like just objectively a negative experience. So
yeah, I mean, it's a hard one. Like, it's a straight downside that the loading into the game takes longer. That's got to be weighed against the upsides. Just depends where you lean on that. So that's basically all I want to say for the map ban / heroes. So other things we talked about, wider SR variants in the game due to certain characters being banned, so the system can't predict what rank people are going to be on different characters, so it just makes it a little bit wider. So banning of one tricks and the potential destroying of the healthier watch communities, because let's be honest, the one trick communities are kind of like the most casual devoted players to those type of heroes. Like
depending on the one trick,
in my mind.
And I brought up that
we all agree.
Yeah. I brought there's like no, it's fine. Like you can like I think objectively like all the Malga one tricks are boosted right now, not by a lot, but it's because he's not very strong right now. But there's like a very careful line. You have to be not very strong, but also a character that is very vulnerable to one tricks. So like
counters soft meta heroes.
Right. So like Malga can just ban Ana Zen, Orisa and like significantly increase their win rates, but it only so much.
Ban, you probably increase by 5% your win rate.
Yeah, only so much though, because if Malga is even remotely strong, then he's going to start getting banned at a frequency that's going to start affecting your win rate and balance things out again. I don't know. Like my opinion on bans is more about like how much is it avoiding that worst case scenario for the average player? Because I think like while you and I are both purists, I understand them wanting to make a more even experience for a better gameplay experience, right? Like we can have our own game. Like we never do bans and pugs. But for the average player, like there's going to be a lot of people that are like really freaking annoyed by that kind of crap and like by certain characters. And there's always going to be those season 8s, and to be honest with you, even Freya, right? Like look at when Freya started getting banned a lot and being abused in ranked versus when the patch went through. Even at the relatively expedited rate that we have now, she would have been 100% pick rate almost for about 2 or 3 weeks before she got nerfed, right? So like,
100%.
Are we thankful for that?
Is it even possible to release a character on the safe side of strong if they're going to be banned for 100% pick? Like, is this design philosophy just kind of going to be broken by hero bans?
Right.
Do we need to save new heroes by default?
But I also, especially with the recent patch notes, like I do think that it's a legitimate concern, and like I'm saying that like systematically it might be worth the cost, but also, is it also going to change the system of how things are developed and balanced? Like I'm looking at this from hindsight. If hero bans weren't a thing, would Frey have been hotfixed instead of fixed 2 or 3 weeks later?
Yeah, and there's always that argument that like back in 2018 we could have just had hero bans and we could have just banned Brig. But then like,
but those developers were incompetent, right? So like comparing what we have now,
they just won.
Right, they were just completely incompetent. So comparing those developers to who we have now is like completely apples to oranges. So it's like I think we're not in danger of that happening again. I mean, even Malga, as bad as that was. Yes, that was really bad. But that was also like horrific timing right over Christmas break. You got devs that are out of the thing for like 3 weeks.
They should not have released it to live in a buff state over Christmas break.
Yeah, exactly. That was not great. But yeah, I mean, I agree. And it's obviously, as we said, it definitely is being used. I mean, they just said in the patch notes, you could just ban Reaper Tracer on the maps that they're good at. Yep. Flashpoint and push. All those plat and gold and diamond players that are banning Zarya and Gibraltar are definitely going to strategically ban Tracer on Flashpoint. I love that. They're definitely gonna be smart enough to do that. I think that's silly, and I think that that's something that should never be used as a justification. It's something that internally maybe you kind of factor in, right? But you would never say that. Like I just think that that's
you certainly don't
so
say the
tone deaf.
Right, the patch notes. Maybe that's why the patch notes got taken down. I don't know.
Yeah, it just felt so tone deaf, like it's just not a good justification for it, You could say that Tracer's win rate was really bad in lower ranks, and she's a character that isn't 100% pick rate in higher ranks anyway. So like, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm the #1 Tracer advocate of all people, but I just think that this communication is you just don't want that. Like, you just can't say that. Especially with a brand new system like map voting. Like, you don't even know how map voting is going to work out, Like, is Flashpoint push going to be avoided that much? Are you sure? Like, we just don't know, Like, it just feels a little bit like unintentionally. I'm not going to assume the worst about the devs. Obviously, everyone makes mistakes, but I do think this was a mistake.
Yeah, and it's a whole like, what even is a good Tracer and Reaper map? I mean, I know control point and stuff like that's still good, but
Reaper's
it's not like
really tricky.
Much worse on other things, is it?
Yeah.
Because whatever the map is, you're going to be teleporting into your backline and trying to assassinate someone. It's not going to do anything different. Yeah. They're just maybe 5% better on control.
Yeah, and it depends too. Like, I think that there's a real argument for Tracer being really bad on Escort until a certain rank, and then I would feel like she's probably... I mean, they have access to these numbers, right? So we're just complete conjecture. But I find that like Tracer's actually pretty good in higher ranks on Escort once you understand the power of objective, right? A lot of low rank Tracers don't know how to do that. Reaper's another one, right? Like, verticality for Reaper's pretty darn good, but are we going to see every low mid-rank Reaper abusing that? Like, there's just too many factors to like really... So even if we don't know, we can still criticize using that as a metric that's just a one size fits all.
Yeah, 100%. I think the only bit that I didn't get to before we ended last time, the only other point was, sure, the hero bans give the devs objective feedback on what the player base wants. but
Yeah.
that doesn't tell them how to fix it, and that doesn't allow them to fix it better or faster or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think realistically, a very like, I don't know, locked in person could just say for any meta, what is a reasonable thing that is annoying in that meta, and we can just go back to the
no, I
history
agree.
and be like Doomfist break, and
It's
you
more of a
still
marketing
have to
tool,
fix it
though.
at the end of the day.
It's more of a marketing tool. Let me give you an example. So you saw my whole Mercy debate thing. Of course you saw my Mercy debate, you fricker. You know, like
Of course,
you
we're going to talk about it a bit later.
Yeah. So the reason I did that then is that was a content piece I've been wanting to do for a while after my Sombra one went really well. Like I really enjoyed my Sombra one. I felt like I learned a lot. I had a lot of good opinions. And in kind of feeling like I sided a little bit more with, I think, Sombra Wizard and you in terms of the takes. But long story short, it was really fun. I wanted to do one for Mercy. I waited until Mercy got spicy, and then I did it. And the reason that was interesting is because it becomes more relevant community-wise to start discussing reworking Sombra and Mercy when you see how big of an outlier they are compared to other heroes. Yeah. So when you talk about who deserves a rework, I just don't think characters like Reaper or Junkrat or I'm trying to think of another one here. You know, whatever, are really at the top of the list.
It's sad if we end up in a situation where Reaper can't be a character that just kind of dumb has shotguns and walks at the enemy.
Yeah, sure. My point is less to do with those characters specifically, but how like people would say, oh, I don't like this character, I don't like this character, they need to be rework. Especially I'm the first guy to talk about that stuff, right? But at the same time, you do have to have a bit of a triage about who not just deserves the rework the most based off of who is objectively the most broken character, but who is being seen, abused the most, deserves more. I mean, you can't tell me that we didn't get a Malga nerf just accidentally before the OWCS finals when the guy had like a 3% pick rate and ranked. Visibility matters, you know?
It's difficult for me sometimes. So I do think there's some kind of like brain dead things that the devs should have already done for some of these heroes. Like just unchaining Malga from his lifesteal a little bit is pretty no-brainer.
Yeah, of course.
Sombra not taking ball out of ball form. I mean, come on, guys. How many years has it been? Like, it's the worst sharp like interaction, and like I feel like just taking a couple of those away would do a long way to fixing at least quite a lot of the hate for the design.
It's not just the popularity, because I get some in my comments that's like, it's not the popularity, it's the ban rates tell you how much people hate that issue. How much people, because it's just politics. It's really what it is. Like, you do have to kind of look at what people were crying about and go, yeah, they got a point and they're crying about it a lot, so we probably should deal with it, right? If nobody cried about it, do you think Sombra would get reworked again? You would see endless Sombra Reddit threads about how Sombra sucks and I miss the old Sombra. But if it wasn't for hero bans, Sombra probably wouldn't be reworked for a couple of years, if ever. I mean, I hate to be cynical like that, but that's just how it works.
It's a difficult one, because from my point of view, I think Sombra's in the worst historical state they've ever been in, right? Yeah. Like, I'm just like, I look at the stacking on of Virus and Hack playing into Virus and the assassination and all stuff like that. Yeah, and it's so interesting that about like 6 months ago, before I think it's about 6 months before you had that Mercy one where you were waiting. I kind of like was trying to ring the town bell to talk to you about it, like how Mercy and Zen have been kind of shafted in season 9 and how that affects them disproportionately to other heroes. And sure, they got like Mercy got that 5 extra HPS buff, but it never really made up for it. And then you end up doing the town hall because it ends up as a interesting issue eventually.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I try to do. I don't know how much it's actively used, but at the very like in terms of the developers, I have no idea. But I would hope that at the very least, the community feels like they're a little bit more educated about what Mercy mains actually think and what Mercy critics actually think. Because I think that there's like, that's the problem, is like, I kind of want to demonstrate there, because I always knew this, but I wanted to be proven that Mercy mains, Mercy haters, we may not agree on the solution, but we definitely agree on the problem, right? And so like, I think that that's like the first step towards a lot of productive discourse. And I think that that can be objectively useful even as a developer, because then you can go, if we tweak that, nobody's going to freak. At least there's always going to be somebody who's going to tweak, but like most Mercy players aren't going to cry if you take away or work out the pocket playstyle. Because I think a lot of people think that, oh yeah, Mercy's just like AFKing behind a wall. Turns out, no, they don't. Most Mercies don't. So you kind of agree with that.
It's triage and movement, right? That's kind of like
exactly
all that they like. Triage, movement. They like the movement to be able to be skillful in order for them to be able to have some skill. Scaling on the triage, right? That's kind of the whole point.
My effort is that like I want to prove that like most people probably actually have pretty good tastes when it comes to good hero design. Not everyone has their differing opinions. I mean, case in point, right? But like most people can call it an orange, an apple, an apple. You know, we could talk about what type of citrus is the best, you know, but like, hey, this is not good. We should change these things, you know.
Yeah, I mean, people. What is good hero design, right? It's stuff that doesn't
everything that I
isn't
like
overly restricting on the choices other people can make in the game.
Sure.
And it's stuff that isn't heinously annoying. That's basically like the two things go together, and also be really nice to use.
Right. Well, you said
that's
really
like the core of what I think.
Yeah, you said it with Marvel Rivals. I think the best way is where it's like it's so broken, it's fun, but somebody's paying for that. Somebody's paying for that so broken it's fun. This is not a PvE game.
Every bit of joy comes at the expense of something else, and you can make things that are more fun to do than they are to have done to you, or you can make things the opposite. And you just got to really pay attention to that. And I think it's pretty intuitive for most people what is too like not very much fun to do, but really unfun to be done to, right? I think that's pretty intuitive. I don't think that's a hard balancing problem.
Oh, I just okay, never mind. Go ahead. Sorry, I forgot about this. I'm gonna ring this one. Wait, anytime you make a good point, I'm just gonna use it. Why do I not have a bell?
So it's the more likely question. Dusty for the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have an interesting one that you might disagree with, because I've heard in the past this is a 6v6 5v5 kind of thing. So everyone can tune out mentally for the next like couple of minutes. So. I feel like bans are just more necessary in 5v5, and they're kind of extraneous in 6v6 in a general way. Would you agree with the statement, right? That the game has less mechanisms for dealing with like sharp design in 5v5? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. Well, there's just more. I mean, it's just probability. Like you look at like Roadhog as a character. There's just going to be more meat between you and the Roadhog. You're less likely to deal with him as an individual. There are more likely to have more tools of dealing with him as an individual, and his individual impact is going to be diluted. I just think that's objectively the case.
You're more likely to have somebody that can shoot up. You're more likely to have somebody that
everything is
can jump on.
smooth with 66 in general in terms of like compositional design and so on.
Yeah. So, do you think Widow's more oppressive in 5v5 or 6v6?
I think that's a trick question.
Come up loads of times and nobody's given a good answer for.
My answer
Everyone
is
gives
perfect.
a terrible answer.
My answer is perfect. I think it's objectively depends on your ability to contest space. So, I think in defense, it's way harder to contest a Widow. Like, let's just ignore certain hero designs that have come out since 5v5 because that's an unfair argument.
Yeah, sure.
If you had Kiriko in 6v6, okay, whatever. I think Defender's Advantage Widow is oppressive in 6v6 because you can't actively contest the angles and reach her space as easy as you can in 5v5. And Attacker as Widow is objectively worse because it's way easier to shove her into a locker. And that's basically it. Attack, you have less space to take space. Defense, you have your space contested less often because your tanks are absorbing most of that space.
Yeah, from my coaching and like from everything that I've seen recently, I always find the Bull versus Widow paradox like really funny, where I feel like in 5v5 quite a lot of the time the Widow goes off on an off angle, the Bull goes, I'll go deal with the Widow, goes into the Widow for like 30 minutes. Kills her like 17 times, and then the Widow's team wins because the Bull's off doing that the entire game. I feel like there's a little bit of it's too expensive to have the tank deal with the sniper in 5v5. That's my main problem with it.
I see what you're saying.
They can go Sigma Widow, go shield it off and stuff like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're basically saying like... Yeah, you froze as well. I think what you're saying is like the expense of that uptime and how long it takes to contest a Widow. But I don't know. Like I don't think that there's an objective answer there. But I would say I don't look at it that way. I think your ability to pressure Widow, even just clear her out of an angle, takes you 2 seconds. and then you still have that capability to do that. You're valuing tank resource over every other resource, which I understand given, 5v5. But I think either Widow's unsupported and she dies, or Widow's supported and your Kevster principling, pulling 2 or 3 resources for an extended period of time. Congratulations, you're tanking. So I don't have hard numbers, but my opinion is I just think defense of Widow in 6v6 is just oppressive. And I think this matches up as well with obviously this is ignoring larger meta context, but Widow just feels so much easier to strategize around in 5v5, not just due to the different characters that are available, because a lot of those characters were still available in 6v6. It just never feels like you're entirely safe playing Widow in 5v5. There's always a way to access you. Part of that's due to map design, but I don't know. To me, it's just...
Yeah, I think quite a lot of 5v5 is dealer's choice with the
Sure.
kind of space and stuff like that. You've obviously got more space in 5v5. Nobody's saying you don't, but the idea is in 5v5 you get into space that is uncontested or contested by a DPS. In 6v6 you have to fight for that space versus a tank the majority of the time.
I think that's kind of it right there.
You can't win that fight. It just means you have to.
I think that's kind of the answer. My answer right there is that 5v5 is advantageous toward DPS that are just more comfortable duelists, and I just don't see Widow as a good duelist. She's a character that punishes your inactivity or your inaction or your lack of focus. She doesn't duel well.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like the only comment I was going to make is I feel like the venom mine and the gun damage from 13 to 14 is a little bit harsher in 5v5 because I feel like the DPS have to deal with her a lot more of a majority of the time. So. Maybe that's going to swing it one way or the other. And I feel like because of the sharpness of 5v5 and because of the fact that tank hate abilities like snipers, like hard poke and hard dive are so much easier to flex around or buffer with 2 tanks. I feel like the bans are just so much more necessary in 5v5. So I really want to just I agree. Admit that as an outright.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So, Tracer buff, question mark. Are Blizzard allergic to the number 5.7 instead of 6?
Well, they didn't do 5.5 for a long time, no? I distinctly remember on early Overwatch 2, we would ask for over 5.5 and they just refused to do it. So Tracer was, I think, right near the end of 2022, I want to say, that she could drop back down to 5, I think. But yeah, obviously,
man.
I don't know. It's to me, this feels is this going to be one of the things that we in hindsight go, remember back when we refused to do 5.7? It's the same thing as they didn't do half numbers. It's the same thing when they didn't want to do 225, 275. It's the same thing when they said that they didn't want to change hitbox sizes. And obviously that's very relevant right now. So I don't know. I don't know. To me, it's less about how much they changed her damage and more to do with the fact that they buffed her at all. That clearly implies numbers going on behind the scenes that says something that's not super flattering about Tracer. And instead of getting that, we get some weird map hero ban explanation. Alec Dawson's already confirmed it, so this is already a done deal. Give us the numbers, man. I understand the average community is going to misconstrue it because they're just morons, and even people like you and I are going to misconstrue stuff, but at least we can try to give context for it, right? So it's I don't, because that's just the thing, is I want to advocate for the Blizzard devs because they've done such a good job in the last couple of years, especially.
To be clear, for everyone, Blizzard devs are the best dev team in the world right now in terms of community.
That is a spicy take.
Video game.
But I don't know any other context, so I will take your word for it. But I do want to compliment the work they've done.
This situation is them, right?
Sure, I will. I think they do a great job. I just don't have anything to compare them to. So that being said, it's hard to advocate for changes that I don't understand because I don't have any context for why the change happens. So I can sit here and conjecture, but I don't, so people are like, oh, Tracer's broken. And I'm like, I don't think so, but I don't know, your conjecture versus my conjecture, who knows? And I hate that stuff so much, let people like me give context, let me play the fence sitting devil's advocate that I normally do, but I can't do that if you don't give me some statistics to work with,
Okay, let's close out hero bans, right? Let's close out hero bans, move on. So my points for hero bans, basically, everyone loves the choice, but if there are objectively good bans in terms of the heroes or the map, you don't really have choice anymore. And if Tracer becomes a perma-ban target, what does that do to her community?
Yes,
and
Tracer's
what
cooked.
Do we do when what do we do when the ban misses on maps where she's good? That's the
Yeah.
other question, right? Do we
Yeah.
just have a terrible experience because we happen to accidentally not ban Tracer? Like, is that really what we're leading to?
Yeah, it's really in your best interest to not have a brokenly OP character because you're just never going to be able to play her. So
you can't
it's
just
awkward.
get a bigger ban bucket every single time. You can't just add more heroes in and say, okay, we'll have 3 bans and 4 bans because they're purposely unbalancing a character in order to like let us do it on certain maps. I just wish they'd use it as the slack that it is, rather than saying, "Oh, we got slack. That's nice. Let's pull some in." Right?
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
that's
it's
that.
a
I
bit
feel like
frustrating.
everyone agrees with that. You know, it's a tool. It should not be used as a replacement. Like it's a temporary, like, I don't know, framework. It's a piece of wood. It's not supposed to replace actual steel plates. You know.
Yeah, it's like a spare tire, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
exactly.
spare tire.
That's
It's
a much better
meant to run. You're not meant to
analogy.
just put on a spare tire and be like, "Yeah, I'm off." Yeah. So that's basically all I want to talk about hero bans. You got anything else?
No, good stuff.
Have you been red pilled on hero bans? Are we starting the manosphere of hero bans?
I'm just more along the lines of I like hero bands, but I'm gonna start criticizing every single time that they're used or babysitted as like slack or latency in terms of actual execution of design and reworks.
Yeah. It doesn't replace anything. And I don't
doesn't,
really think it informs you that well on how to replace or do
Yeah.
the things you need to do. Right?
Yeah, agreed.
Cool. So Freya, I want to talk about Freya next.
Yep.
The fix to Freya went from look, I got a little Freya video. Went from 3.5 to 4 to 4.5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
In terms of her dash cooldown, right? That's basically been the fix to Freya's crazy and everywhere, and it sucks because they're insta killing me from across the map. What are your thoughts on Freya to start? We'll just...
I mean, my hot take is I like her a lot. I like her design a lot. I had a lot of fun playing her. I had a lot of thinking. I think she's again one of those characters like in the right hands can do so much, similar to Tracer, where it just feels oppressive. But I think people who feel like they oppress with her need to go one trick her in ranked and then come back and tell me how you feel, right? Because she's harder than people give her credit for. This is a chronic hit scan problem where everybody says hit scan's easy, Hanzo easy, Cassidy easy, Ashe easy, Widow easy, Sojourn easy, Freya easy, and so on. And then same thing with Doomfist, right? Like the character's easy, it's dumb. Go play it. Tell me what you think. Now, she's overtuned, definitely. And I think I have fallen less in love with the 2-tap the more I've played. I don't think it's necessary for the character to be fun. I would hope it's not necessary for the character to be functional. And I've brought up this concern with the developers, and they are aware of that, but their concern is that without the 2-tap, she just may not have the lethality. My suggestions involve something along the lines of let's keep the updraft at like 10, keep the dash at 3.54, 4.5 towards a resource, but it's not available constantly. Can she function if her breakpoints aren't quite 250 with 2-tap? If you made her
I feel like it should be,
you know, and there's so many. I feel like
one primary.
Right. I don't know, but I feel like surely, like especially because she's 225, just make her 250. Go for it. And even stuff like her ultimate is chronically goofy because the thing I've been asking for a long time, and I think they will at some point, but I think she's still overtuned for it to be a thing, is I want to dash when I ult. I want to move. Let me use my ultimate in a functional way without dying instantly every time I use it when somebody's looking at me, right? There's like so many like little quality of life buffs and HP tweaks and, that they could do with her, maybe lean into some more different perk options, to keep her functionally strong without the 2-tap. I don't know. Like I get that she is absolute. People saying that it's a 1-tap, it's just bad faith, right? Yes, it's obviously, not a 1-tap. It is more effort than most one-shots in the game. But I also can concede that it is definitely...
It's difficult to do.
It is difficult to do, but it's also difficult to outplay when it's done well. And that's the problem with one-shots, or 2-shots. So, I don't know. I would... Fingers crossed, let's try utilizing more of her verticality. Let's try utilizing more of her HP. Let's allow her ultimate to feel more functional. I think that there's a real concern, I think, from the developers that she just won't be functional pressure-wise without at least the threat of 2-tap.
Yeah, 100%. So my like center concern is to do with just increasing cooldowns as a balance knob. I think they've done that a lot in terms
Yes.
of like fine tuning.
I think it's good with
numbers.
Dash. Sorry to interrupt, but I think it's okay with Dash
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
it actually becomes a cooldown and not an infinite resource essentially. But then I was
Yeah.
really not happy with the updraft change. Not because I don't think that, I mean, I understand, but it felt bad that her unique mobility now becomes a 12-second cooldown. It's like,
Yeah.
it just,
It's
it's not
difficult
overly
because
long,
one
but
of the
it just,
main
yeah.
Yeah, one of the main problems with Freya is the like counterability problem of just being in the sky, right? It's a Farah problem
Yes.
all over again, where she can be in the sky, therefore you need
Yes.
somebody that
Yes.
is able to deal with her, so she's not uninteractive, right? So the increased cooldown really deals with that in a meaningful way, and that is one of the things that makes her really annoying.
Well, they did change the scope time though. That was the thing that I specifically asked for. Is like so she can't basically permanently scope, and that was like that plus updraft cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just want to like bring you down a little path and see if you'll follow me, if that's
Sure.
okay.
Okay, sure. The
Okay,
shippers
so,
are going crazy.
Moira orb, right?
Yeah. Holy
What
frick, okay.
happens to the average, or what is actually good to do with Moira orb if we don't change anything else about it but double the cooldown?
Repeat the question. I understand the last part, but what was the question?
What happens to the use case of Moira orb?
Oh,
or
what
how
comes to the
people
use
use it on
case?
average?
Okay, use case. People become way more reticent to use it. Essentially, they become way pickier. I mean, you see it with ultimates all the time, right? The classic support problem of where people just don't press Q because they're scared to misuse it.
Yeah, I think when you increase cooldowns, what happens inevitably is they become reactive, or they become used
Yeah.
at very big moments, or when
Correct.
you don't want to waste the value of them.
Correct. I felt that with the on and age change. Like even in my own gameplay,
Yeah.
as much as I know, I feel scared to miss it now. Like really scared. Like not just like a healthy, I misused my cooldown, like anything else, but it starts to feel like Winston bubble, but worse. Oh no, I'm basically useless now.
And sure, it's partially psychological if you don't want to waste it,
Yes.
but it is in a meaningful way actually worse to waste it when it's got a longer cooldown, because
Yes.
it's a bigger percentage of your power budget by default. So like how do we fix Susie, right? You could to make it less frustrating, right? To make it so that it's not being used reactively to deny things, right? You could give it the 40% speed boost for a perk. You could make it do less of the invulnerability. You could half the cooldown of it. And when you do things like that, what essentially happens is the uptime at the time where people want to peel stuff becomes lower, even though you're half of the cooldown, because more often Kirikos at least at medium levels are going to be using it in a really terrible way aggressively. Right? So by lowering the cooldown of abilities, like Lamp, for instance, if we took a third off of Lamp's cooldown and gave it like, I don't know, 10% damage boost while in the Lamp, it would actually become less frustrating instead of more frustrating to play against, in my mind.
Yeah, agreed. Because it's still, when people talk about like their worst, most offensive things, I think frequency is actually kind of overrated. I think intensity of how negative that situation is honestly even more important. And within nuance, right?
In my mind, in my mind, most of the abilities should have an aggressive use case, right? Like,
trust me, I agree.
Right? Life Weaver is great, right? It is so entertaining and fun to be able to use that aggressively to pull somebody into the enemy team. So my question is basically like, how do we work Life Weaver to be able to use this aggressively as a start of the design, right? Like, what can we do to enable this really long ability?
Yeah.
So, like, very simple.
We talked about
gave him
earlier
2
today.
seconds, 2 dashes, lower health pool so he's less resilient to getting into the space, and then enable a bit more regeneration so he can get out, right? Things like that to just enable these aggressive use cases of Suzu, Lamp, Life Grip, all these really problematic abilities. And I think that's why Rivals has aged so poorly as time went on, in my mind, because pretty much all of their cooldowns are better off used reactively. And then they start layering over the top of each other, and then you either get an insta-kill on somebody in the back line, or they've infinite peeled with like bubbles.
And even through the design of the cooldowns too, like that the way that they balance them, I think a weird kind of unorthodox example that really annoyed me when I found out about it was I was obsessed with Winter Soldier because of how the cooldowns were kind of like risk reward, you know, and the E slow, right? The orb, right, was really good for spam damage on main. It was okay, right, for ult charge, but it really opened you up to 1v1s if you misused it. And it also was really good for tank slow, like tank utility. You know, whether that's good or not, it was like, this does damage, but this also CCs a little bit, so you might want to use this on a flank or you might want to use this on the front line. Then they just gave him 2 of them. So that's the opposite extreme where like there isn't any cooldown management anymore. You just use it on whatever you have, because if you ever get dove, you're going to have it. You ever hook a tank, you're going to have it. There's just no resource management anymore. So the whole like dynamic of the cooldown is completely pointless.
Yeah. In my mind, you really need to pay a lot of attention to cooldowns in terms of passivity, right? You don't want them to be always used reactively. You want a meaningful choice to be made between using them reactively or using them proactively, so that some of the time when somebody goes in, it's not going to be there all of the time.
It's like quick play versus ranked, right? It's like when you lose a ranked game, should you have your toenails hammered? No, but you should lose points. There should be consequences for losing a game. That's what makes competitive games fun. But then you compare that to quick play where there's no consequences, especially before the quick play penalty, which I'm a big fan of, by the way, because people are like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's quick play, I'm not going to even play. And then it's not fun at all anymore. So there's a balance. Do you want a cooldown that's really long to where you feel like you're just going to go, like, I'm going to end it right now, I misuse a cooldown, I might as well I'm useless, right? Versus a cooldown that doesn't matter at all, there's no punishment whatsoever for missing it. There's just, as always, there's nuance. You have to decide like where you want this power spike of the cooldown to be.
Yeah, and I'm a big variance guy, right? Like, we're in a hero-based shooter genre. I want the most diversity between the casts as possible. And I'm fine with some of the casts having these long cooldowns, but you have to acknowledge what makes them annoying in my mind, right? Like, that is part of it. And just increasing the cooldown guarantees it's going to be there to peel 100% of the time. So taking that to Freya and changing it up to 4.5, Freya puts out a lot of implied pressure just by existing with 3 bolts on enemy tanks. Just having those 3 bolts implies that the tank can't do a lot of things.
Yeah.
So if we increase the cooldown, what's going to happen to the average Freya player? Are they going to just take that value they're getting just from not using it? Are they going to only look for assassinations with their 2 bolts and then wait to regen so they have the 3rd one so they can be putting out more effective pressure on the enemy tank? I'm really concerned with like just increasing cooldown. And it seems like Blizzard think that just Baptiste Lamp is overperforming 2 extra seconds. Go ahead, right?
Dude, you remember when Heal Station was like 18 seconds or something goofy like that?
Yeah. It's these crazy ones, and these like this is like old design, obviously, and I think the dev team has moved mostly past it. But I really want them to be careful with the length of cooldowns and the incentives behind that length, right?
Yeah, I agree.
What makes the average player
I agree.
do.
To be honest, I haven't played Freya much since the patch change, but I think Dash is honestly, on paper, should be okay. Like, it is a pretty big percentage increase, right? But having a 4.5 second resource, I don't think is that big of a deal. I think that kind of crosses the line into just normal resource management. Maybe it doesn't work with her gameplay loop. I agree with you fundamentally. I'm just not so sure. Again, I haven't played it. Maybe it really does screw you up, but like gameplay loop, actually having to kind of control your dashes on a gameplay loop is just, I don't really have a problem with that, to be honest. Like that kind of feels to be normal. At least if her power spike is going to be in hitting those combos. Now, whether that should be the case or not, that's maybe the question.
Yeah, it's just to point out that you can increase Freya's cooldowns, and theoretically this might not actually be the case. She can become more annoying after you decrease her uptime, because she might be holding these bolts for exactly when she can get these assassinations because it takes so long to regen.
Yeah,
right? In the exact same way as like if you just increase Lamp's cooldown, Lamp can become more annoying in general.
I mean, that's definitely that's definitely a cynical way of looking at it. That's definitely worst case scenario. But I guess your point being is that it definitely doesn't solve the issue, and 100% I agree with that.
Yeah, at least if you are looking to solve the issue through that, you need to be really careful about what incentives people get when they get their hands on it. Right?
And I'm convinced again, it's not so much about frequency as it is about intensity when it comes to interactions. And I think Frey is probably in a much worse state right now, and I know people's opinions lag, but the fact that she can still 2-tap is probably why people still think that she's completely wildly overtuned, because she still has that spike that she has always had access to.
Yeah, it's not going to stop annoying them, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's happening like maybe we reduce her uptime by like 30%, and maybe the spike is happening 10% less, right?
Yep.
That's still really annoying, and we decrease the amount of fun you're having on the hero by a significant amount in order to do it.
Yep.
Right? And there's got to be reasonable balance here. So like this, I think, applies to a lot of things in the game, right? Like Ramatra's form. That's been a thorn in my side for years at this point, that Ramatra cannot
He's
press
just the worst
form
character.
button.
He has so much potential, and he's, I think, a great example of an excellent character, and even hero design. Some of the cooldowns are interesting, and just the worst execution I think I have seen in Overwatch ever. But that's maybe a separate
He
discussion.
can't press the form button to do something aggressive, unless he's killing something. Right? He just can't. Because if you need it in 3 seconds or it's wasted, you are so vulnerable because it's such a big cooldown, it's such a long cooldown after it.
Yeah.
And I feel like...
And shield, and Vortex, 13 freaking second cooldown, unbreakable shield for that matter. You know, like that's great.
Yeah.
Like, let's just have a shield
First
that's
thing
just
we did in
pointless
our
shooting.
mode, just half all of Ram's cooldowns and make him flow and reduce the efficacy of them. He now like is a flowing character that wants to use form aggressively and punch into the enemy team backline. Is there somebody that waits on a corner, waits until they overextend and just like tries to assassinate one person, or waits until they ult and presses the form?
It's weird. Okay, so I got somebody in my chat that says something that just like poked a button in my brain. Deacon says 16 seconds and 66, and I'm just remembering. We had this discussion with 66 during its initial thing, where the developers decided to make gameplay loop combos for tanks decisively longer. That was a deliberate choice, and I deliberately criticized it at the point in time. And at the point, I was like, "Hey, can we just make those gameplay combos like less effective?" But like, we don't want tanks AFKing. They specifically did that. That is a stylistic, philosophical choice, because I'm like, no. Cardiac, what was freaking cardiac arrest on? Like 18 seconds or something for Malga? You know, like something insane. I'm like, no, guys,
right?
press. No, we want people pressing buttons and for them to be effective, but no. So
Blizzard wants you to save them until next week.
This is where I do think there is a legitimate criticism and a conversation that must be had, because I'm fairly certain that this is a philosophical belief that they have that I just don't agree with in this front. There's some stuff that's like Mercy. I think that they probably understand what Mercy's problem is, but it's just more of, do they have the resources, the time right now? Okay, we'll get there maybe eventually. Then there's stuff like this that I don't think they understand. Or maybe, like, I know that's really egotistical to me to say, you know, the professional game developers, but I really think they're wrong in this, and I know you. I really think they're wrong with it.
It's so hard to get this far into the development cycle of Overwatch and think that like this is a very fundamental thing. Longer cooldowns means using it more passively and use it more reactively, right?
Yeah.
And then make big sweeping decisions such as ruining my effing mode by putting 2 seconds on every single cooldown, and making it so that you can't use anything. You just have to sit on it and wait and wait. And it's like all I want is for me to be able to press the form button on Ram and go punch something.
Yes.
But I can't, because if I screw it up, I'm just going to be instantly murdered afterwards.
Yeah, and again, there's nuance. Like everything, like having vulnerability windows are important. Like if you force a cooldown, that you want that to actually matter, right?
Correct.
But like there's a reason. Like we're not stupid, okay? Like what's too long for a movie? 2 hours, 3 hours, or 4 hours? I don't know, but it's not 6, okay? It's too long, okay? So like you look at a cooldown and you're like, hey, we should probably aim for more effective cooldowns being in the 10 at most 12 second range, right? Like that's plenty of time in the gameplay loop of how fast-paced this game is to find a punishing window. And we have,
or you could be like Rivals and put it on like 45 seconds.
Right, exactly. Like we don't even like. I think that's another great example though. Like those cooldowns are really problematic in Rivals as well.
Yeah,
like
so
it's
bummed.
not this is like this isn't. It's different when you have an MMO when everyone has 40 different buttons. You know what I'm saying? But it just doesn't work with Overwatch's gameplay loop. And 66 being more tanks equals longer gameplay loop, to me, is a perfect encapsulation of what's wrong with that philosophy, right? It's not an accident that these cooldowns are longer. It's by design. It's something that they have in their philosophy, and I am begging them to change that. And the reason why I'm like saying this is not because I'm venting. It's because they have changed their philosophy. They've changed their philosophy about a lot of things: gameplay loop, design, dynamics, mobility. They've changed their philosophy about public stats, right? And hero bans, right? So they can change. I'm not right about everything. You're not right about everything, but I think we're right about this thing. This is too much.
I think they're the most receptive dev team.
Yes.
As I said, like
so
that is
reconsider.
probably in the
I will
world right
gladly
now.
have a conversation. Realth, you or I will gladly have a conversation, and we will do it. We'll play some Realth pugs with lower cooldowns, and like slightly less effective cooldowns, and prove it. It sucks to not play the game, and I think that that's such a big problem. But yeah, okay.
I
Continue.
just love Spilo falling deeper and deeper and deeper into my trap.
Dude,
It's so much fun.
I'm telling
Anyway,
you, I literally, with the first thing when we were testing 66, I was like, this is too freaking long, guys. You don't need, I understand windows of vulnerability. Like, this is too freaking long. We want to play the game. I mean, Samito has said this stuff for years, right? Like, it's just too much. So that's a lot of bits right there. Nice.
Yeah, he's just bombing me to distract me. Thank you very much, Reactionary. Love you very much. Yeah, so next, I think the next topic is Mercy. Because I didn't get, I was working the day of the Mercy.
Yes, I
debate,
remember. I asked you, and you were
all the
like,
Mercy
I'm
maids are
working.
done.
I have a job. I'm like, shut the frick up.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have
Quit your
booked out
job.
coaching sessions for the next 3 months. Jesus Christ. Oh, by the way, if everyone on Spylo's server, I do 1 free VOD review per person. If you just put
Yeah,
it
what
in
is
my
your coaching
Discord.
situation like? I trust your coaching, but I don't even know if you do it very much anymore.
My coaching situation is I basically do it as a freelance person that does it occasionally when people ask.
So you're a freaking charity, and you screw all my students out because you just give it for free. I see how it is.
It's a 20
My
minute
union will be
non-talking VOD
contacting
review.
you
It's
after
not
this
like
call, FYI. Just so you're screwed.
It's not like I put much effort into it. Like,
Too
how
late,
am I
buddy.
supposed to
You're
compete
screwed.
with you?
You're
You work
screwed.
out every day.
You're gonna have a
You've got,
horse head in your
muscle
bed
top
this
on right
morning.
now.
Just wait for it. It's over, buddy.
How am I
You're-
supposed to compete? You're the attractive coaching, and I'm just.
Hey,
the
listen, man.
slovenly
People like British
coaching.
accents. They go, "What's that weird screeching noise?" I'm like, "All right, All right, Mercy."
Mercy. Yes. So I think all the Mercy mains are silly and don't know what's wrong. Okay.
So what you're saying? Wait a second. There's an IQ curve. Dumb, bronze, Genji mains, and then Realth. Mercy, silly. No, Mercy mains have a good point. This is where I'm at, and then you're over here. No, the Mercy mains dumb. Basically.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
So we just had a long conversation about passivity and cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
Guardian Angel, from 1.5 to 2.5 seconds with a jump on the end of it. But it has also been massively increased in efficacy since since 2018. Let's just put on Guardian Angel comparison there with a bit in the Android in the background. So it's
Put
massively
so much
been
effort in this.
increased
This is nuts. Keep going. I love this.
Well, it's like
It's
10
good.
minutes. It's
good.
massively increased in efficacy in terms of the amount that it does, and its cooldown has been increased at the same time. Right?
Yeah.
Being able to zip one direction, 180 directly in the other direction in one frame.
Yeah.
Instant acceleration is a massive buff to that cooldown. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
it
agree.
needed the massive cooldown increase at the same time in order to be balanced.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
no, I
it's
agree.
absolute horseshit.
I don't
Just
think.
complete-
I also think 2.5 seconds is like a reasonable window for spamminess, but there are windows of vulnerability. Like if you ever played Mercy back in the day, there was like the movement was way simpler, but like she was never still ever. Like you could never find a window of vulnerability like at all.
So I'm here listening to your debate, and do the Mercy mains even remember how Mercy movement worked? I played Mercy for like a year when I was at university, incredibly stressed and just wanted to relax instead of having to sweat my brains out. And the movement for this character was every single second it's off cooldown, I would use that button, super jump into the skybox, use vertical cover, go behind something. If I was just pocketing someone, I'd be doing it from the air on a building above them while beaming them. Now, the cooldown is so long that if I try and do that, do you know what happens? I die immediately because someone just jumps me and does enough damage to kill me. If there is a DPS dying on an angle, right, and I go save them, previously I could go over there, super jump up, use vertical cover, jump back, and I would be fine doing that. Now I need to go over there, instantly 180, zip in the other direction, have my beam on them for like 1.5 seconds, and then try and survive for the next like 2 seconds. It's just crazy the amount of passivity in Mercy's kit that's just been put in by this like very simple change. I don't even care about the super jump change, to be honest. I care about the fact that you can 180 zip in the opposite direction.
Okay, I'm confused.
Instantly.
The Mercy complaint was that I mean, I don't think this is the solution. Was more that like the increased cooldown encourages passivity, right? And
Yes.
you're saying I don't know what you're saying. To be honest,
If there's a DPS on an angle, and I'm
Yes.
sitting on the DPS on an angle,
Yes.
I am not. Current day, I am not pressing Guardian Angel until they get dove and I'm threatened.
Sure. Do Mercy mates
Previously,
disagree?
I would be super jumping into the skybox, flying around a pillar, just to get myself into the air above them, so I could take a more aggressive angle on the enemy team.
I guess, but like, isn't the whole point of like the discussion more to do with like, I think this discussion needs to start with what are the rewards for making Mercy move and then we talk about how that movement should function. When we did the discussion, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't give a frick how Mercy GA functions. We'll cross that when we get there. My point was more about like, how do we fundamentally make it rewarding for Mercy to move? You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, but like, I think like it's more like semantics at this point of not semantics. It's more like order of operations, you know, like I don't know what cooldown it needs to be on. I don't know how it needs to function. I just need a good reason to use it. And I don't think GA spamming just so that you're constantly available. Like, I don't think being ADHD with your GA is like, oh, maybe I get dove at that exact second. I'm min-maxing my amp time. Who gives a flying frick? There's no reason for you to do anything outside of take as few risks as possible, you know?
But if you I've done it one way, right?
Sure.
I've done it one way with you on the DPS
Listen to
on an
this,
angle
Adam.
as Mercy. You don't use Guardian Angel till you get
Yeah.
death, right? I've done it that way.
Yeah.
And then you do it the other way of you're on main and the DPS starts getting threatened, and you have to be so careful in the way that you get over there. Sometimes you don't even
Sure.
get over there in general, right?
Yeah.
Like the amount of not pressing that button I do in my Mercy matches is insane. I will literally just stand statically pocketing somebody instead of what actually was good to do before, which is, well, just like play as close to the corner as possible, but you've always got the Guardian Angel up, so you're able to use it aggressively. I just think that there's so much.
You're saying the same thing that I said when they nerfed Mercy's HP to 225, which I said this is the wrong approach, where you're making risks, you're making them more punishable, and therefore it's the same thing as increasing cooldowns, or now you're too scared to do anything because you're going to get punished for it. So I might as well just take the safe way out. My problem has been that she's the only character that can AFK behind a wall and get value, right? When you're on an angle with a DPS, you can peeking the enemy is risk. Mercy doesn't do that. So either you need to fundamentally change what Mercy does behind that wall, or how long she can stay behind that wall before she's physically forced to move, or you need to actually make her peek and do something peeking like other characters.
Yeah, we tried a couple of different variants of it in our code. We tried the higher health when you start and that reduces over time. We tried like damage boost can only be timed. All of it just like, in my opinion, just feels really clunky when you actually try it properly. I haven't found a solution yet that feels good. In my mind, Mercy, in my mode, has enough incentives to continuously swap targets, and so therefore has the incentives to continuously move around.
Right. But the problem is you're good enough to do that. You're good enough to get punished by DPS that are good enough to shoot your freaking 225 HP fat head. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you have to look at it from both ends of the spectrum. You have to punish people that don't move and reward people who do move. Usually the priority should be put from like a psychology standpoint on rewarding good behavior first rather than punishing bad behavior. But I do think you need a little bit of both. And right now she doesn't have either.
Okay. Let's move on and activate the snare trap. Yeah.
Snare trap. I'm ready.
So you've talked about passivity and cooldowns and amount of time it takes to regenerate them, and if you have more stuff, but you have a longer cooldown, it's makes you a little bit less inclined to use it in general, at least on average.
What trap did I walk into?
1, 2, 3, something, season 9, 30% DPS passive is the road we're going down here.
Okay. Talk me through it.
Okay, so
let me say my thing really fast, okay? I think I don't like the DPS passive. I don't like it for the brain dead team play aspect. I don't like that it lingers. I don't like that it is used as a blanket nerf
as a way of dealing with overtuned sustain. And I also don't like the fact that it's justified because it makes DPS unique. We don't need to make DPS feel unique. Let them do their own thing uniquely. We don't need hard role segregation. And it is also the least satisfying expression of DPS output because it's just there. You don't even see if it's happening. It's not more damage. It's not more this or that. It's just, oh yeah, the target gets less healing, which honestly doesn't even matter that much in duels. It's the worst type of passive where it's free value. And it's frustrating to play against and not satisfying to use. The case in point of being the worst possible thing. DPS passive. Health pools, it screwed with breakpoints. I'm not so sure that they've been consistent with keeping certain things up to date with Season 9 that are non-aim related. And I also don't think, it was easily the most half-baked thing we've had in Overwatch 2. And I also am not convinced that we've actually stayed true to the initial goal of dealing with burst damage. I think it's been almost exact. A lot of it has been reverted.
It's so hard to see what the goal was.
It is. A lot of it has been reverted. My problem with Season 9 has been that it didn't really do what it intended to do all that much. It was inconsistent in application, and we've reverted a large portion of the things. If it needed to be changed, deal with it on a selective basis. My defense for Season 9 is more of the classic Spyro Devil's Advocate, where everybody blames it from, infant death, cancer, and male pattern baldness. It's like the thing to say by the brain dead YouTube commenters because they're parroting somebody else and they don't really understand what they're saying.
They know what's wrong with it, right?
They don't know what's wrong with it. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's been nearly as disruptive as it was initially. It was inoffensive and annoying at first. Now it's just kind of whatever.
Everyone loved it at first.
Everyone loved it at first because it's a dive meta, and don't let anybody gaslight you into thinking that all metas are created alike. They're not. Frick you. But the thing is that like people now, it's more of what I'm more of a purist like you, so I'm more against it just because I don't think that they really did a good job of the execution, and I don't think it's really been justified with what I've seen. And I also don't like some of the things that came with it, specifically that DPS passive, that role passive, which, I would say is not really that big of a deal, but clearly it is still a big deal. And the heal passive getting nerfed as well. The best thing of Season 9, it just, it makes me want to climb up a wall. So, I think there are objectively bad things about DPS, the Season 9 thing. I think by far the most objective bad thing was its execution was just terrible. They just forgot like 25, 30 different damage sources, which is just, come on, guys.
Like this is at some point, right?
It was like a list of like, I don't even know how, it must have been 40 or 50 things. It's like, guys, like, we're a AAA game.
Someone's job has to be to make that list, right?
Yeah. And I think this is like, okay, so you ready for a spicy take? All right, here's my spicy take.
I'm ready.
My biggest problem with Season 9 is that I'm scared of change for the sake of change. I'm an old fart in my rocking chair, and I like perks, even though I'm not so sure that they're perfectly competitively balanced, because they add some interesting choices, and they don't really compromise things that badly. They come at a cost, but you know what? I'm willing to pay that cost. It's kind of like hero bans for me. It's okay, sure. Season 9 felt in many ways on the outside and the way it was communicated as change for the sake of change, just because some new shiny change is what we need to do to keep the active live service game audience invested. Otherwise, they're not going to play anymore. I think there's
something to be said for jingling your keys at the player base.
Yes,
right?
But
it's not a bad thing inherently. Like,
but it's got to be a pretty key. It has to be. It has to be something. And Season 9 was like, I think, a great example of change that just didn't do anything. It didn't matter. It was just as much negative as positive, and that's being favorable. And so like when I think about perks, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can live with that, sure, but let's not do another Season 9 again, guys. Like, let's not do that. Like, in hindsight, it didn't really matter that much, but like, if we're just going to keep changing things for the sake of changing just because that's what the live service audience wants, I'm not a marketer. I'm not a brilliant gamosphere psychologist, but like, I'm going to be a critic when I see it,
Yeah, I do think that hero-based shooters are like the most complicated genre out there in terms of the amount of stuff you can pack into a small like 3D space and the amount of people like interacting together. So I consider like any increase in learning curve and any increase in the complexity on the moment-to-moment gameplay to not be necessarily negative, but to have downsides as well as the upsides.
Perks is a great
And
example
for
of
me-
that for that, right? Like there's bad
for
things, there's
perks,
good things. If it's well executed, it's good.
I don't know. I got killed across the map by a bounce nade on the first day, and I really haven't got over
You're
that.
right,
To be
right.
honest.
Well, not all
She-
perks
yeah,
are
she
treated
just hit
alike.
it on the floor, trying to hit a tank. Then the second one just arced over and insta-killed
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Oh, great. Why am I here? Why am I here in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
video
yeah.
game,
You want to
right?
hear a funny story?
It's hard.
Coaching Ana has become a lot more complicated because I have to sit there and say, I don't like your. Oh no, never mind. It hit anyway. I don't like your. Okay, never mind. It hit anyway. Right. That there's legitimate criticism for certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. There's quite a few perks that I'm just like really not happy with still. Like Soldier Sprint just makes him less interactive. Moira's longer fade just makes him less interactive. I'm like, oh, Chase. Oh no, she's gone.
Spicy take on that one.
Actually
I'm
gone.
always more defensive of certain things like that open up different options. I think it's a 50-50. The Moira was like, there's less interaction, but it does open up Moira players to completely pivot angles from far left to far right. So if you know how to use it, it's really good. Same thing with the Soldier Sprint one. You can just rotate infinitely easier. You're absolutely right that there's a major drawback, but there's a major upside. The Onanade is the example of the bad one where most of the time it gets value. And this is something that was obvious even from the first day. It's just accident. You don't ever intend for it to do anything. It just happens. And those are the type of perks that I really don't like.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, and it's so much extra complexity. And I'm like, does anyone? I like because I'm an old fart, right? I'm a
Yes,
curmudgeon
you're
at the best
you're
of times.
much
I'm
fartier than
looking-
even I am in that regard.
I'm looking at the perks and I'm like, does anyone even enjoy these anymore? I'm like picking my perks. It's like,
I mean, I
oh,
like 'em.
God.
I like 'em.
Did
I like-
anyone really get value from this? Like being able to pick.
I had a discussion
something
earlier
silly?
where I keep catching myself going, I love this perk so much, I wish I'd add it in their base kit, and then I stop and I have an existential crisis for about 5 seconds and I go, wait a second.
Yeah.
I wish they just added
Every
the base
time.
kit. Why do we? Why do I
does
want
Bastion
perks?
not have self-repair in
But-
his base kit?
Right,
Why?
but then at the same time, I'm like, you know what? Okay, fine. It's a little baby sense of progression. There's some skill choice in there. There's downsides. There's upsides. Like again, that's just where I have to kind of shut the purists down just a little bit. But
I don't hate perks, right? Like I don't hate them, but if I ever get killed across the map with
Right.
a bounce nade, I'm just gonna actually turn off my computer instead of quitting the game. I wouldn't even bother. I just straight plug out the wall. I'm not doing it.
And there's a legitimate criticism of like, you know, do we just add all the good things and power creep the crap out of everything? It's like, you know, I mean, obviously you and I would be like, no, there'd be if Bastion gets the no self damage on self nade, and then maybe, you know, to me it's just like certain perks, power creep becomes something that you just have to kind of play around with on a case by case basis. You'd have to take power out of the kit elsewhere, but
I think Blizzard kind of trapped themselves by trying to make them adaptations and at the same time make them flashy in terms of the amount of power they gave people.
Yes.
Like if you
they're just
have an
not side
adaptation-
grades. They're just not.
Yeah, if you have
like,
an adaptation to the map and you are on that map, you are no longer making a choice, right? Like that's a simple one. You have to adapt the map because it's strictly better on the map. therefore
And
it's
you
not a
can't
choice.
change
And
it either. You're one counter pick away from
Yeah.
being irrelevant. I mean, I'm not going to throw my boy Ultraviolet under the bus, but my guy DC'd in a pro match because he chose the wrong perk. You know, like
Oh no!
it was
Yeah,
so
why
bad
do
that
they
he
let you
willingly
reselect if you DC. They just not have memory. Of it,
I don't
guess.
know. He willingly reset his perk charge to 0
Yeah.
to avoid choosing the wrong person in a professional match. And so it's like, you know, there's just stuff like that where, and obviously like the balance of them. I think they're doing, I assume there's a lot coming in season 18 because season 17 was remarkably dry. But yeah.
Yeah, we somehow got to perks, right? Somehow.
Where were we? Season 9.
I wanted to talk about season 9. Yeah, I wanted to talk about season 9. So essentially, what I'm saying is, first off, I don't think. So you said something about DPS there that I think is quite interesting. I was actually having a conversation with Greed the other day, known Genji Molder.
Yeah.
And it was a video of his that he was talking about the support's putting out the same ability to kill things as DPS and having better dueling potential than a DPS. And obviously, like, in parts he's right. Like Baptiste having Lamp and an extra health bar and DPS that's incredibly high. Like that is just a better duelist than a DPS. But I think quite a lot of people forget the point of DPS, which is that they are more lethal when they're supported. That's kind of the point of them in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
have-
even necessarily I'd agree with the first statement either, necessarily. Like, it's really easy to get... I mean, I've had games where I literally actively went out of my way to DPS as much as possible,
And I don't know that. I mean, it depends obviously on the DPS character, but I'm still convinced that I could have just done more with Echo or Cassidy or Pharah or Freya.
Yeah.
Like nothing will ever top a good Freya game in terms of raw pressure. Like nothing. There's not a single support character that can match that. And like Sojourn's the same way. Torb in certain situations. Like I think with support, what you're looking for is like the level of consistency of pressure due to their kits, because their kits offer these get out of jail free cards where you generally can try to consistently apply pressure and if you screw up or you get countered or you get matched, you don't die for it. Whereas DPS can feel a lot swingier. It can feel like I'm basically perma distraction, but never actually do anything, or I'm the server admin.
Point in my mind, right? Like Blizzard are saying, like DPS need a identity, right, with the DPS passive. And I'm there like, they already have a damn identity. They're more lethal because they have higher peaks and valleys in their damage output. It's less predictable for the enemies. They can't get out of the way of it. They can go into deeper angles. They have more access. All of these things makes them, not in terms of a 1v1, but in terms of just their damage output, more lethal to an average player. And we already have this, right? We already have an identity. I just don't understand why we'd need to create another when like the core of it is DPS kill things. That's what they do. They do it because you can't predict if Ashe is going to hit headshot on you or not. So you peek the Ashe for 1 second later and oops, I got headshotted. Right? That's how DPS do their lethality. That's the point of it.
People kind of dilute the argument a lot, which makes it really hard to talk about, because then you start talking about like, well, support's just easier, and then we have to talk about like the people that play support and like the population. It's just like a very convoluted discussion that needs to be treated with kid gloves, and everyone just wants a sledgehammer. It's like, oh, Kiriko wins every 1v1, BAP wins every 1v1. Yeah, on a 14-second cooldown, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that's the problem. Like you'd force those CDs, not only is that character a lot less effective in their team utility, which is really what makes support unique because they have split responsibility. But even just in the freaking raw 1v1, go into Seda, take away BAP Shift, take away Suzu, and try to win the duel with these characters. They're not bad, but they're not as good as DPS. And so if you force CDs with DPS, it's not just, that their team has lost that utility. You often put yourself in a better position to win that 1v1 in 5 seconds, right? Most DPS aren't as cooldown reliant, or their cooldown cycles are a little bit faster. Again, that's not always the case, but that usually is.
Yeah,
I mean, this happens with Sombra, right? Sombra, sorry, but like Sombra versus Kiri is a great example. Like that is a really, really bad matchup for Sombra. But you get a Suzu, you force, or with you hit a virus, you get Suzu, you live, you go back in 2 seconds later, 3 seconds later, and you win that 1v1. If you at least you have the advantage in that 1v1, and that's like a really bad duel too. That's like a really bad example.
Yeah, and the other side of it is like if Kiriko and Sombra have a Harmony Orb each, the Sombra wins that fight over the 3 or 4 second period. Because Sombra has the peaks and valleys and the damage output in order to be able to force a Suzu.
The higher ceiling of pressure potential.
Then go back in, right?
Yes.
Like they take the resources in a different way. That's kind of the point of it. And we're talking about the identity, and I'm like, they already have the damn identity.
It's also, there's a weird dynamic with mobility as well. Like, I don't know how to put my finger on it, but like, I forget example, like bubble. Just think bubble damage boost. Or bubble Valk Mercy Pocket or nano boost. Like for the way a lot of support is designed is where the mobility is kind of more lateral. It's not like instant. So like, I don't know like exactly if that's a conscious design choice or not, but like literally the only support I can think of that like can immediately get value out of nano is like Lucio. Like unless they're being dove on, like they can't.
Space, right?
Okay. I'm gonna say the what is the violence, right? That's the thing, right? Like supports aren't very violent, right? DPS are often very violent with how they, I can't say thrust because people will get mad at me.
But using the term violence when like it should be like
it's like a main tank
in terms of lack of telegraphing and a bit like the peaks and valleys in that output and other stuff like that, instead of just because like Roadhog's very violent because he's very lethal because he has that peak and valley and people disrespect that peak and valley, and therefore on an average rank or even at a high level he's going to be more lethal to the enemy team. Like that's my wording.
I just completely forgot to update my headline. Hang on. DPS identity. Okay. And season 9.
So I was going to move on to season 9.
Yeah, sure.
Proper here and just say, I Okay, so first off, what I've realized in my pugs, because I do pugs on 200 HP, no DPS passive, basically Overwatch 1 balance in terms of pug, 7H SKW base, and then built on hero reworks on top of it, right? So what I've noticed is that we can't change the hitboxes. There's a little bit of an adjustment you can do. The model size have been changed to account for it a little bit. After a week, the game is not more lethal. Because the hitbox size for all the projectiles are bigger, right? Like they're bigger.
Yeah.
So the damage coming into you becomes more consistent in your ability to predict its output, right? Like
you just adjust to people are way better at cover, kind of a thing. They just adjust quickly.
Yeah. So that original health increase we did, right? The original health increase to 250. If that logic was to make the game not be like more lethal because we increased the size, I don't think that got bore out properly. It's short, like when you first come into the game and you don't know what's going on.
DPS is more lethal because Season 9 increased hitboxes and the bullets.
I think that it's about the same if you increase the hitboxes and don't change anything in terms of the actual lethality on people, because they are able to predict the DPS patterns a lot more.
Maybe. I mean, I think that's relying off of people adjusting, which is, I think, fairly reasonable. I don't know.
It's difficult.
I'm not going to disagree with you.
It's very rare that you get people trying both modes in order to test it. And even then, if they do try my mode, it's reliant on, give it a week, right? Like, see how you adapt to the new hitbox sizes and how fast things kill you and other things like that. So it's an interesting, like, hard argument to make that.
I'm getting flashbacks to the 6v6 test where everyone's like, oh, Spilo bad faith tested it by going back to post-season 9 health pools. And turns out 6v6 goes live with post-season 9 health pools. So frick you guys. My testing's better. You guys suck. Dude,
testing's better. It's not like there's a dev in your chat every other day.
I wasn't saying it was better or worse. I just knew. I didn't have any insider information. I'm just like, there's no way they're gonna revert season 9 and go 67. It's not gonna happen. I was like, yeah, dude, they're just morons, man. Like morons. I want a written apology from every YouTube comment for that. But oh well.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm there like, just get a dev from 7H SKW on a call and ask them why they made the changes.
And I asked them too.
See whether it makes sense or not.
I asked them too. Like I really like. I was like, hey, you guys, could consider like reverting the health pools here if you guys are worried about sustain. So it's not like I was like bad faith pulling strings to make sure it was happening my way. But whatever, man.
Yeah. So the actual argument that I was trying to make all this time, 250 health pools, 30% DPS passive, increases the amount of time before you re-peak if you're DPS, because you have a longer time until you are given the stuff, and your stuff you have is bigger, right?
Yeah.
Exactly the same argument as the passivity due to cooldowns. I think the game is a lot more passive in comparison, a lot more reactive, and a lot more opportunistic at the best time, instead of continuously doing stuff due to these two changes.
So you want this game to become Marvel Rivals? I'm just okay. You're saying damage is happens a lot more, and it takes you longer to get back to your threshold that you were before, so there's more downtime, kind of a thing.
I'll give the analogy probably easier. Like if I'm Soldier, right? I'm Soldier, I run off on a 90-degree angle from the rest of the team, right? I go over there. Before, I would take a Harmony Orb, and I would start doing work immediately, right? I'd start working on the backline, I'd start harassing people. Now, if I take a Harmony Orb, and I get chipped down to 100 health, I'm going to be inactive for 4 more seconds than I was previously.
4
more seconds? It's
going
to be significantly more.
How so?
You think about the amount of health, like 30 health per second, 200 health.
Yeah, but you're using that health. You're
gonna stop peaking at 100, yeah.
But you're using that extra 50 health for more uptime for that quarter of a second that you peak. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, because like I think in theory, I mean, I don't know the stats. Like, but if the intention was to decrease time to kill, you have more downtime after your initial cycle. But in theory, your initial cycle should be longer.
Yep.
I don't know if that's carried through, but
he's there, but we got him. Yes,
so the initial cycle on paper should be longer if it's done intentionally, but the downtime is slightly longer.
Yes. The downtime until the re-peak the next time is longer.
Yes,
so
I agree.
What
ignoring the heal passive, which they do for 6 seconds.
You've only got one go, right? You've only got one go, right? You're Soldier on an angle, right? Previously, I could get myself healed back up and go again, right? I've got one now. What do? I have to perfectly time it for the time that is going to be most effective in terms of doing stuff to get in the
No,
backline.
because the window for that first peak is wider. That's the problem. In 6v6, oh my gosh. In preseason 9, the window for the first peak was much tighter when you started. If you have a longer window to open, you might be off by half of a second, but because you have 50 more HP, you still got it close enough. I agree with you that there is a much more, if you get it entirely wrong, you're screwed. Not screwed, but you're in a worse spot. But there's more, you're more able to get it off by half of a second. There's more initial leeway and then initial peak. I mean, we're really getting in the weeds here, but yeah, that's the way I see it.
No, because I don't think it's getting too far into the weeds. 'Cause I think this is like the moment-to-moment feel of the gameplay, right? Like this is very core to how playing DPS feels in general.
Yeah.
If you're 5 or like 10% more inclined to maybe like make sure it's the exact correct time, or make sure I get good value on this peak instead of like say, oh well, I can repeat again or another time in a couple of seconds, then like it massively changes your gameplay experience.
Sure.
Right now on Soldier, my experience playing the two modes side by side, and I don't know how much your chat's going to be able to say yes or no to this, because like, I don't think there's many people out there that are currently playing the two modes side by side. If I take an angle on Soldier on 200 health pools, I have so much more liberty to start being active whenever I want to be active. I don't need to.
Do you have the heal passive?
I just start.
Do you have the heal passive in your game mode? The passive heal?
Yeah, we have the passive heal. I think it's pretty much universally positive. Yeah.
Yeah,
just no
I
DPS
agree.
passive 200 health pools.
So I mean, what matters more? 50 more health, which isn't free to be. Well, actually, it is free in your mode because the hitboxes are easier, so the damage comes in. Or the 30% DPS passive healing you 30% slower to back to full. I mean, technically 50 is 25% of your health, right? Or no, 20%. Sorry, 20%. But like it. I mean, I don't know, man. Like that. This seems like really splitting hairs here. The way that I would look at it is that's like this is a serious conversation when you assume that both pre and post season 9 would have the heal passive. Then there's a real argument. What matters more, the 50x, the raw health, and we're talking about 250 here. We're not even factoring in 225, who probably suffer a lot more from this. I think the real question is, like I said, because if you talk about the heal passive post season 9, that's by far been the best thing for uptime for any character that takes an angle or flank. You are have so much more 100%. Uptime because your uptime is reliant off of healing prior to this heal passive, right? After season 9, your uptime is completely reliant off of just when the heal passive kicks in.
Do you have an inside source on why it changed to 6 seconds? I can't work it out.
I have no freaking idea. I gave them grief about it, and I don't like my answer. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, no
so
problem.
no, I trust that they'll be receptive, and I would not be shocked to see it reverted. But it makes absolutely no sense. It's goofy. I don't get it. So yeah, it's just goofy is my answer there. So you're welcome. I think maybe adjacent here. I don't want to get totally off topic here, but I think the biggest positive this season 9 HP change was more flexibility with health pools. I think because I think 225, 250, 275 gave a lot of flexibility for balancing that they didn't otherwise have without really it just the bigger the number, the more knobs you can tweak that are accurately breakpoints. But I know that that's not a nuanced list discussion, but yeah.
No. Personally, for me, I'd rather they change something about the kit that makes the viability different on 200 rather than going to the bits. I definitely think Widow, even in our mode, Widow 175, right? Very simple. But the actual gaps between them are smaller when you increase the health pool. So 225 is less of a percentage than 175. So there's a lot of argument. It is a bit more flexible. Yeah, I agree with that there. Yeah.
But I want to go back to what you're saying because that's kind of my statement. As I think that's assuming both have heal passive. I don't know if there's a serious difference between 20% more health versus 30% slower healing. Not enough because even the 20, I don't know if there's a significant gap that I have seen. I think it's more interesting for tanks because those are by default more reliant off of sustain for uptime than DPS.
Okay, so for me personally, and I'm just gonna leave it here. it is completely night and day in terms of the way it feels while you're playing DPS on angles.
Sure.
I feel like that I am moving through mud in 250, 30% DPS passive. Like it feels so slow compared to the amount of like zipping around your health bar can do on the lower. Anyway, I want to talk to you about a little bit more about Mercy, and then comparison to
Sure.
Anna, if you got time. Obviously, I said before we had a whole discussion. Mercy's End shafted by season 9.
Stop,
got,
Deacon.
like, significant enough buffs. But I think we're kind of like losing out on the reason for it, or losing out on the actual problem here. I think that triage healing or fast healing or reactive healing has been really, really, really nerfed in comparison to things like Anna's healing.
Yes, the triage healing nerf was not because they're against burst healing completely, but because of how visibly obvious that burst healing was in terms of how abusable it was. When we talk about, like, if you've ever seen like rage bait burst healing clips, they almost always involve armor packs, nade, Suzu, stuff like that, which is really annoying. The problem with triage, it was on demand. Never on cooldown, no resources invested, just hold left click, and that unkillable Smurf Sojourn is now even more unkillable. I'm not against the idea of the concept, but the problem goes back to Mercy's base kit, which there are no resources. It's just everything's available all the time. That's the problem with triage healing and her current implementation.
I think they definitely were trying to specifically hit Mercy and her ability to always keep someone in an angle permanently. Like, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, what does Mercy do instead of that, right? Instead of just maybe like an extra 20% of the time she was holding the heal beam down, now she's holding the damage beam down for the entire time.
Oh, yeah. I don't disagree. I
Right.
think damage boost is just as big of a problem. I think that you'd have to introduce some sort of resource management. You absolutely need to expand her kit in terms of what she can and can't do, either leaning more into the ability to give over health, movement speed, cooldown reduction. I mean, there's just there's an endless list of ideas that we've spitballed around. Even more offensive pressure, offensive potential. So there's an opportunity cost to where you have to decide about whether, like, this is the problem. Like with supports, there's always a discussion. Every single session that I do with support is largely a discussion of the opportunity cost about defensive measures versus offensive measures. Mercy does not have that choice because damage boost versus healing is almost always a strictly binary decision. There is no nuance to it. Basically full, damage boost. Not full, heal. That's it. There's no,
that's very
it
interesting,
depends,
right? Because I feel like that wasn't true in the past.
I think it always was. I do think it always was.
I feel like specifically in 2018 kind of like era previously, it's not in the high rank. Obviously in the high rank, people are going to hit their shots, are going to be consistent. So you always damage boost them as they're active. That's pretty
will
obvious.
say one thing, though. Finish your thought.
Yeah?
Sorry.
No, I think there's a very good argument to be made that previously, on the lower health pools throughout the DPS passive, the amount of offensive pressure Mercy could put out with her healing beam just by holding someone there, sometimes while they were active, was higher than their damage boost.
Two changes, though. You think because tanks, you could actually heal tanks. You're thinking post season 9, which DPS passive plus larger health pools, and 66, which is just smaller health pools for tanks in general. So right now, Mercy's tank healing is almost exclusively reserved in between pressure cycles. The problem is not Mercy's design. That has always been the problem with Mercy's design. The problem is that the more that you conflate survivability through heal passive, offensive pressure, or not mid-fight sustain, essentially, right? Or just tanks using their health pools for survivability, the harder that Mercy falls off in terms of her utility. You look at something like Kiriko, when she was initially released, I don't know if you saw the 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals, every freaking Kiriko player was standing behind their Winston and heal botting the tank, building a broken amount of ult charge from healing, and Kitsunoing down main. The devs go, wait a second, that's not what we intended. I mean, I freaking released a guide like 1 day or 2 days after Kiriko, and that is not how I coached people to play Kiriko. Turns out you could break the system. Same thing they could do with Junker Queen Shout, right? Well, turns out that the devs designed... Well, the Kiriko as designed was exactly what I said for people to do, right? And so they go, okay, this is not what we intended. Let's nerf the ult. Let's nerf the healing. Let's nerf the ult charge. And so when Kiriko got that sustain value, like 6v6 Mercy nerfed,
she had something to do. She had tools, utility, mobility, wall climb, teleport, damage, dueling potential to express into. Now, whether that's healthy or not, it's a different story. But she had that outlet where, I can do this instead. Mercy doesn't have that. Yeah. So I agree. Yeah. Mercy in 66.
Kiriko was trapped into the rival situation where you get so much value out of ult that you have to stand on main and use
basically. So when you take away pre-season 9 66 Mercy healing on tank, that's actually kind of somewhat useful, and maybe you're actually even motivated to move more and say, okay, you're squishy, you die instantly, your sustain on tank is meaningless, and you have no other options. Good luck. What do you think you're going to see Mercy do, right? That is where your choice is significantly worse, because there just isn't any impact to be had from AFK healing a tank all the time. It's not that it's always bad, but it's just not near as useful as it used to be.
From me, I don't think there's any impact to be had from AFK healing a DPS either, for the most part.
Oh, I agree. It's just, when I mean by that, I mean like damage boost or pocketing or whatever.
But specifically the heal beam's the thing that's been targeted in my mind, right?
Yeah.
AFK healing a DPS previously would put out offensive pressure. AFK healing a DPS now doesn't really make the DPS do that.
Yes,
but
that's again because of season 9, where you have to consider that just generally off of raw numbers alone. Maybe not so much with Mercy Beam, but I technically heal less than I damage, just because of now that doesn't apply to damage boost specifically, but it is a lot less rewarding to heal a 30% nerf target when they should probably just walk behind the wall, shake off the boost, and passive heal, or I'll heal them between cycles. I mean, this is a real question with Ana, where it's not that you don't prioritize healing, it's that you objectively do less healing than you do damage and anything that's tickled by a DPS now. So even from a numbers game, there's like a lot less motivation. So again, I think we keep coming back to season 9 and heal passive and health pools, because I think Mercy's design has just been exposed as lacking the ability to do other things because of those changes, if that makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
In the same way of like, it's like Diva.
One of the aspects.
Right. It's like Diva in 5v5, right? Diva in 5v5, she wasn't unhealthy in 66. I mean, she was really dominant. I mean, I kind of like Diva in 66, but you take her identity away in 66, she doesn't have anything anymore in 5v5. I mean, she can still function kind of sort of, but her utility just isn't there.
So you said about Kiriko, and I think that's an interesting little segue. Blizzard have, for some reason, in my mind, never known how to balance reactive or reliable healing resources through the entirety of Overwatch. It started with Mercy and with Lucio, and then you'll find that every single release, basically what happens is that they release with way too many numbers, and then they naturally get Brownie and Motion back to the place they should be based on how reliable they are. Like, what makes Mercy's healing beam good in terms of, like, we're going to pick to be healed by Mercy versus Ana? What makes Mercy's healing beam good?
I mean, if we're talking about anything above like a bronze, silver, gold, platinum in terms of reliability, right? Like that's the only thing that it brings to the table is like the consistency for lower rank players that can't aim. I guess that you could also say that Mercy can actually focus on her own survival. She can multitask, right? So you can you can move, especially with the grace period, and you can kind of with Ana, it's every decision is an opportunity cost essentially. Now Mercy, you still have to multitask, but you know the multitasking, let's be honest, is holding left click while doing whatever. That's not exactly multitasking.
You've got complete freedom to look around, right? You've got complete awareness of where you need to be. You're always going to get there faster, and you're always going to be more reliable at getting there because you have so much brain room.
This is why skill floor characters are so freaking dangerous, because like they're a victim of their own ease. You know?
But this is the thing that made Mercy unique, right? The ability to beam through bubbles, the ability to swap instantly, the fact that it's telegraphed to the person being healed that they are being healed means they can proactively use that healing.
Well, we had this discussion
earlier, generally understand that Mercy's pocket them.
I had a discussion in my Twitch chat earlier when we were doing some hot takes discussion about like skill expression with healing, right? And I was saying how it's like it's really difficult as a developer to come up with a new way to heal. There's only so many ways you can reinvent the wheel. And so there's some discussion about like, does every healer need to be mechanically expressive when they heal? I'd say no, but they need some form of skill expression with the heal, whether it's resource management, the pathetic attempt that was Moira, or something, right? So like, as you said, Mercy's unique identity, the ability to heal through this or heal through that. Yeah, sure. We don't need Mercy to aim to heal, but there has to be some sort of opportunity cost, a risk involved in what you're doing. You know, like there has to be like something, and that just isn't there right now. Because it's either not rewarding enough, or it's not punishing enough.
Yeah. So when I said triage healing, my argument is that the reliable healing modes, Harmony Orb, Break Packs, Mercy Beam, Kiriko's Papers in a way, right? Because they're always going to lock on and more or less get to the target.
Yeah, more forgiving.
The ones that are better at healing off an angle, and the more forgiving ones are things that can go through stuff and always get to the target. They have been disproportionately harmed by the DPS passive.
Weaver
and
as
the
well.
reason for that is, 100%. And the reason for that is pretty serious. It's the fact that their bonus on top of the other healers was reaction time, right? They got to there in like 0.2 of a second, and the other healers got to there in 1 second. And sure, like this evened out the higher rank. At the higher rank, Anna's going to get there in like 0.3 to 0.4 on average of a second in order to get that healing in. But even then, she's got like time between her ticks.
You're saying
so she
that
fired a bolt, right?
Sorry, Anna, but I'm trying to understand. You're saying that like
Okay.
the characters that are reliant off of snap quickly sustaining you during a period of pressure suffered from the DPS passive. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yes. But that's always such a dangerous path, though, because it's like I think it's a very clear design philosophy that they don't want you powering through. I mean, I know there's a nuance, but you're not supposed to be able to survive that. You know, you're supposed to disengage.
They actually just put a 25 healing bonus on it, right? Literally, that 25 healing bonus was to make up for the fact that this snap attention onto that target was less impactful the moment you put the DPS passive in. So keeping that person in the angle or being able to peel.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a nuanced discussion, right?
Straight back in.
Like, not everything needs a heal over time. I think burst heal is occasionally useful, but it's obviously something that you have to be very careful with, right? I think having a burst heal being a part of a character's unique identity is not a bad thing, just when it's cautious, you know? And usually when we see people complaining about burst healing, it's usually a combination of multiple supports utilities. It's very rarely any one.
Yeah. So the thing is, basically the problem is that this, like, Mercy heals in 0.2 of a second versus Anna heals in 1 of a second. This never got scaled in the same way that the lack of healing got scaled. So Mercy's actually lost out a significant amount of their impulse of healing the moment they get to the target.
Yeah.
Whereas they, like the other characters, catch up in the same way. So,
it's because here's what it is. Again, it's the same thing. It's because the fact that Mercy as a character doesn't have other means of pressure outlet. She doesn't have a way of, okay, well then this is less effective. Like if you look at it from an honest perspective, right? Like your healing is impacted just as much. Frick, your nano boost heal is affected by the DPS passive, right? There's your burst healing being affected, right? But it doesn't matter as much because you still have other ways of expressing value, and all it does is it changes your hierarchy of what decision I should be making in what moment more. Mercy doesn't have that outside of damage boost. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, 100%. And like we can talk about whether it's problematic to have that instant heal. I think that there might be in many ways. But I mean, we certainly didn't think the instant heal from Harmony Orb was problematic. I don't think, and that's been targeted in exactly the same way. If you look,
for sure. I mean, listen, I'm not advocating for DPS passive.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that I think that more of your concerns with this are more to do with are equally DPS passive and Mercy just sucking in terms of what she does. Like, even the fact that she can heal through bubble, like, because her healing is so easy, you really can't do things like triage. That's my point. Like, you really can't give that to her without breaking the game in some way, shape, or form, because it's always accessible. It's like if Ana could look at a tank and nade them without ever missing. You know, it's like that would be broken. It's the same. I had a discussion earlier. One of the hot takes and the Reddit was that, like, I didn't agree with it necessarily, but there was some good points about how, like, Life Weaver just feels like you just can't ever miss a heal. So it's really dangerous when it comes to sustain numbers. I mean, you look at BAP, right? Like, BAP is being played a lot in higher levels right now, partly due to some of the meta shifts with Freya and Life Weaver, but also because he got some pretty crazy healing creep. Why are we not seeing it? Because it's on directs. You have to hit your direct heal to get the value from the heal. And so you're just not seeing it as much. And Mercy just doesn't have that. There's no difference between what a low rank Mercy does with her healing or healing resource and a higher rank Mercy. It's exact same. The skill expression is through other parts of her kit, and there just aren't enough to compensate.
It's hard, man. It's hard. Like, I don't know. Qualitatively, healing on Mercy currently feels like you are going through tar.
Yeah.
Previously, in my opinion, you could climb to GM with only heal beam at one point in time. It might have been really hard, it might have been really awkward to do, but you could theoretically do it. Now I don't think there's even a chance in hell of doing that, and I think that was the identity of the character. I think if quick triage healing was the thing, and if we'd taken away quick triage healing in proportion, then sure, like that might have been problematic. Always having a Hanzo on full health that's smurfing, right? Like just destroying your entire team. Like that's problematic. But realistically, what else do they have? They don't have anything else, and that was the identity. That was what I liked.
Well, that's my point, right? It's like you'd have to like you could. I'm open to like the idea of trying triage as a healing ability on a resource, right? Like where you have to spend that budget. Yeah. I'm even a bigger fan of using that as a resource that is shared with both your offensive and defensive output. So you have to decide what makes the most sense. It's like a nade decision, right? Do I spend my triage to heal boost up to 75 healing per second for 2 seconds, or do I spend that to boost up I'm not a big damage boost guy, but like a movement speed increase, or like just there just aren't enough knobs with Mercy that have different choices. And again, I'm not a fan of the DPS passive, right? Like I think that's pretty clear, but I just think it's like things like the DPS passive always hit the not always, but usually hit the characters that don't have a whole lot else going for them. You're going to see this even with the like Malga Roadhog, right? Like I know the tanks have a pared down version of the DPS passive, but if I'm playing Diva, Sigma, whatever, whatever, okay, your mileage may vary, but you're going to suffer if you're a Malga Roadhog, right? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big sweeping changes, isn't it? Right?
It is,
big sweeping changes, things get left behind. There's no reason why Harmony Orb doesn't currently do like 45 healing per second. Not realistically. I don't think that would break the game, but it would keep Zen more or less in proportion to the other characters when everything's changed. And it's difficult because increasing these numbers pushes them closer to the level of the throughput healers or Ana or Baptiste or whatever those. It pushes them closer together, and the closer these get together, the more similar their use case is, the more they want to be on the tank at the right time instead of being on a DPS keeping them up at the right time. And it just kind of like flattens out the types of healing resource in the game in my mind, which is sad and boring. And I don't like. I'm a variety guy, right? I want the most amount of interesting healing resources to be in the game as possible, because I think the healing resources are the fun bit of the game. I think the way you use that is the texture.
I don't see it as really flattening out. When I complain about the DPS passive, I know everyone loves to talk about how like unimpactful Harmony Orb is, but it's still proportional. Everything's percentage based. It doesn't matter. Like Harmony Orb's not disproportionately affected by it more than any other healing resource. It's just funny because smaller number got smaller. So I don't
think that's true. I think Harmony Orb was affected more because the Harmony Orb power was being there 1 second before Ana starts healing. That was the power, and that hasn't been scaled. So during that time, essentially, Zen's doing significantly less healing than they were before. The actual head start they get on Ana in terms of that healing gets lower. So
you're saying Zenyatta is way more proactive with their healing, so that they have to deal with the DPS passive immediately, not an Ana dealing with it with the tank that ducked behind corner. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would also say that like if you keep an orb on a target, you're more likely to catch. Like, let's put it this way. If I orbit Tracer and she gets a DPS passive, yes, the initial burst of healing suffers, but then I'm more likely to have to be able to continue to sustain that Tracer after the passive has gone off as I've resumed my attention elsewhere, than an Ana who's going to burst focus the Ryan and then turn away and ignore him, and then that's healing is done, the passive is kicking in. You kind of see what I'm saying? I know what you're saying, like the initial burst is there, but later in that trade, as they re-engage, the Harmony Orb's still working, the Ana's not. I mean, we're, again, really getting into the weeds here. But
No, I think it's important to the feeling of how the game feels, right? I think this is very hard to put your finger on, right? You can play pre-season 9 and post-season 9, and nobody will ever say this is a problem. Nobody will even have the words to say this is a problem. They won't have the language. But like, if nobody's going to have the discussion, it has to be me and you or somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be anybody else right now.
At least we have the language to talk about it, right? Like,
so you're just saying we're just so much smarter. The PhDs in Overwatch 2.
No,
do you remember Egoist Cat? Do you remember Egoist Cat? Did you ever know Egoist Cat? Good old Egoist Cat.
Yeah, I did.
Anyway, sorry.
It's difficult, right? You always cry about getting like 100 hero reworks per week, right? And the reason why that's such a problem isn't because you're getting 100 hero reworks necessarily. It's because in order to talk to that person about the hero reworks, you've got to do an hour of work in order to get them on the same page as you, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
so
I
hard
mean,
to have that
it's
discussion.
been my job for way too long. You know what I'm saying? So like, of course.
Yeah. So I may as well throw a couple of numbers at you. Mercy needs
Sure.
1.5 more healing per second in order to have the same healing as she did before. So that's my complaint. I'm very
All right,
upset about it.
as director of Overwatch 2, I'll sign off. Okay, 1.5
Yep, so,
second. Good.
Right, 120 is the number of healing that Anna passed Mercy before. Passed Mercy previously, and now it's 129. Very upset about that. Very, very concerned.
Tilting, honestly.
Right, so
I feel
that
for you.
extra 9. I actually think, like, not even kidding. The problem with me is that during this period where Mercy is healing and Anna isn't healing, Mercy's doing 6% less of their healing up to this level than they were previously. That's the numbers I've worked out. Like 6% less sounds like nothing, but it is one of those. That's the bonus she got from being there first, right? That's the bonus. And if nobody else is going to cry for the bonus, it's going to be me, right? Like,
all right.
I'm a stupid idiot that's going to like math out numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah. Good for you. Proud for you.
Right, I successfully made Spylo's eyes glaze over. Is that
No,
success?
see, this is why I have hair in front of my eyes, so I can just close my eyes, pretend I'm still paying attention, but I'm not.
Yeah, you got Subway Surfers running on in the background, right?
Yep. Yeah. Next level technology.
Okay, I am done with stuff. Anything else you want to talk about?
That was it?
That was
like colonoscopy uncomfortable, not even kidney stone level. I was expecting so much worse.
Oh, I could do much worse.
You ever have your blood drawn by a phlebotomist that has no idea what they're doing? That sucks.
That is not something I can say I've had.
Okay, it's bad.
I've actually never had a blood test.
Especially if it's like needles. You probably you're getting to the age here, you know, as you're approaching 40, where you should probably get your blood work done once every couple years, just to give a general check, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else that I would want to rant to you about? No, I don't really think so. Okay, I did get a message the other day. One of my Team Spylo dudes, one of my buddies, was like, "You should look at like Rivals apparently is an unrest. You should comment on it." I ended up turning it down because I'm like, I don't know what that means.
You mean,
I said,
what they mean. I'll tell you what they mean. They mean Rivals has exactly the same problems it has on launched, and people are just slowly starting to realize that those problems are there.
So nothing new. Okay, I was gonna say I don't want to come across as like kicking a dog while it's down, so I'm not gonna do anything on it. But I was curious because I'm not really invested in it. So is it just like heal bot, 12-second support ults, maps suck? Ult spam.
They got flyer problems. The new
flyer
map
problems.
Is a bit
Wait, you're telling me that fulfilling the flying fantasy of characters that can infinitely fly isn't good? What?
Surely not.
But broken. It's fun because
but
it's
Iron
broken,
Fist can go
Ralph.
in the air.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Sit down. You're wrong. Overwatch chill. Dead game.
Yeah, they're a little bit into triple support at the moment because they've realized that supports can put out damage.
Triple
That's the
support?
most recent.
No way.
It wasn't
can't believe
working
that.
before because all the supports thought they had to heal, but now they're slowly realizing that supports actually damage as well. I know it's crazy revelations, isn't it, for the most part?
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay,
well, so this is my official time to shield to you because you have not.
Is this your pugs?
Played in my pugs.
This
you
is
have
your
not played in my
pugs?
pugs. Okay, so I have a lovely German gent called Didact that does.
This
very
freaking
detailed patch
Didact
notes
is in my
every
Twitch
single
chat.
damn week. He makes multiple page long patch notes. He's recently put it into game. He does a load of work. We have Venture Tank that flows really well. It's really good. We have Life Weaver with 2 petals, 2 dashes, and his life grip refunds to 10 seconds if you're over 75% HP when he does it. Really good, really nice flow, lovely stuff. What else do we have? Obviously, support Sombra. You know all about that.
Yeah, I know about that.
Really we got that working perfectly.
May Tank, right?
May Tank. We removed May Tank due to popular hatred of the wall. I don't think May Tank was the problem. I think people just didn't want to play with the wall as often.
Yeah, fair.
We have reworked Hazard recently. Hazard has a instead of the wall, he has a spike shield bubble. So essentially another off-tank ability.
Okay.
When they target it, it reflects damage back to the person that targets them and heals Hazard for a bit. So he's got the healing spikes and he got a healing spike bubble at the same time.
All right. Tell
Basically,
you what.
we're moving everything around.
Screw the cops, man. I will. I don't know what day, but I will do it on stream next week.
Okay.
No, wait, frick. I'm not streaming next week. Okay, week after next. I'm not streaming next week.
problem.
I will do the week after. What day would work
Okay,
better? I will schedule it. Well, Saturday might be weird with WCS. What? Go ahead.
So we currently do Wednesday and Sunday, but I can throw anything on for you at any point.
Can you do it on Tuesday, Thursday? Because those are my content days.
So
is that
Thursday
possible?
is normally my my don't work day.
Okay.
Tuesday would be best if you do
Tuesday will be best. Let's do Tuesday after next. I will write it down, and I'll have you remind me.
Oh, Widow has a glint on the scope.
Okay.
Hanzo has been reworked to have a mark when he hits people, and then he does twice the amount of damage after he's got that mark on them. So things like that. So trying to play around with these things, right? Trying to make them work. Trying to keep the insta kill, but like interesting ways. And I want a bigger player base to play it. But remember, post-season 9 health pools, post-season 9 hitboxes, pre-season 9 health pools.
Yeah, I know what I'm getting into.
A little bit more
it's fine.
Before you adjust.
That's fine. That's fine. It's not a problem. Yeah, you don't need it. Didac, you don't need to change anything. I'm not going to go out there and make like a 7-hour video describing how it's fundamentally flawed. I'm just going to play and have a good time. So,
I swear, Didac does about like 6 hours of work per week on this. It's a crazy amount of work. And that's just for our group of idiots on the Discord server to enjoy themselves with pre-season 9 health pools.
Yeah. Realth, you got YouTube 1, and really it's all about YouTube 2 with you, I've learned, which is, how do you even spell that? Is it with 1 F, 2 Fs, 3 Fs?
So it RELF on the second one, because nobody could pronounce my name. So I thought making it really obvious for the people that can't speak.
Realth and Realth. Okay,
yeah,
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough. Well, mate, I appreciate your time. I'm glad we scheduled this out. I'll see you in 2 weeks then. Frick my Chungus life.
That sounds wonderful.
Cheers,
Love you very much. Thank you, Swallow's Chat, for having me. I hope you haven't fell asleep too much.
No, it was good. It was perfect.
A wonderful evening.
You too, mate. Cheers.
Good night.
You too, man. Okay, chat. Let me. That was Realth, who we've been trying to do this for a while, but I've been too busy and dumb. So let me fix this. So we didn't end up doing the DPS perk 17 things, but we'll work on that later this Saturday, and maybe I'll work on it off stream as well. But yeah, we'll catch up with it eventually. But that was way more important, and then we also did the hot takes thing, so that's also really nice as well. Hang on, are you streaming longer? I might rate him, but I want to find out if
difficult, right? He loves fences too much? I don't think.
Very productive yap session? Yep, that was good. That was good.
Why is that? Spilo turned off stream and was like, "Oh, I've got nothing to talk about."
Sorry. Are you streaming longer? Missed answer.
Yeah, Spilo's never going to take the bait on health pools. I will be entering panic mode until in 2 weeks.
Didact.
Nice. Are you streaming longer? I was just gonna say hi and bye to everyone in chat. I wasn't gonna do anything in particular. I assume you were thinking of dropping the bomb.
Gonna raid, but if you need sleep,
I'll be on for at least 10 minutes. Is the answer.
Okay.
I have a lot of chat to read through, to say the least, in order to think that people wrote massive comments and I haven't responded to them. It's really sad. I think a part of this argument isn't the lower cooldown, but the ability of the cooldowns to do multiple things. More result.
Okay, let's drop a raid over to frick, guys. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Realth yapping from beyond the grave. Yep.
Bye,
Matt. Well, we gotta find somebody first. Why is this not working? Twitch. Wait, Twitch UI is so bonked. Junker Queen arc? What is going on? Yeah, let's just raid Kindred. We got a Junker Queen arc, so. Well, no, actually, Hottie's streaming. We should raid Hottie. Hottie's trying to content max. I'm gonna raid Hottie. Tell Hottie I said hello.
Yeah, or I could rate you. I'm going to do Hottie because Hottie's on his grind set. YouTube, farewell. Twitch, farewell. I'll see you guys on Saturday. I don't know what the plan is on Saturday, but yeah. Hottie Kaspias, I mean, yeah. Volskaya, all right, thank you, Tiefling. Okay, chat, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you guys later.